meeting to order, and at this time I'd like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory in the Métis homeland, and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nakota Iska, as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. We'll do a roll call of committee members. Councillor Morgan.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
And Councillor Rutherford.
Good morning.
Wonderful. And joining us in council chambers today also is Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Good morning. And I'll look to see who is joining us online.
Good morning.
Good morning, Councillor Jans. Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
Good morning. And that looks to be all. If I've missed anybody, please speak up. All right, next we will look at the declaration of pecuniary or conflict of interest. So before we consider today's agenda, I will ask all members present if they have any pecuniary or conflicts of interest to declare regarding any of the items to be discussed. A pecuniary interest exists when an item could monetarily affect a member of council, their employee, or family member. A conflict of interest exists when an item could affect a private interest of a member of council, their employer, or family member. Do any members of council have a pecuniary or conflict of interest to declare? Hearing no declared pecuniary or conflicts of interest, we will move to adoption of the agenda.
I'll move that.
Thank you, Councillor Morgan. Any questions? No? Please vote. I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. We're just getting that up on eScribe. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. And that is carried. Next, I'll take a motion for the approval of the minutes.
I'll move that.
Thank you, Councillor Morgan. Any errors or omissions? Hearing none, please vote. And I'm a yes.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. And that is carried. We do have a council protocol recognition for International Peacekeepers Day, and I'll turn it over to Councillor Principe. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Wright. Good morning. Yesterday marked National Peacekeepers Day, where the courage, dedication, and sacrifice of Canadians who have worked in support of international peace and security operations is honored. Canada played a key role in creating the concept of United Nations peacekeeping. Canadian Secretary of State for External Affairs, Lester B. Pearson, was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize for his leadership in helping establish the United Nations Emergency Force in Egypt during the Suez Crisis of 1956. Canada has a long history of serving in support of peace efforts around the world. Since 1948, more than 125,000 Canadian Armed Forces, CAF members, and over 4,000 members of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police and other police forces across the country have deployed overseas to participate in United Nations North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO, and other multinational peace operations. Approximately 130 of them lost their lives, and many more have returned home with physical and psychological wounds. In addition, thousands of Canadian diplomats and civilians have made important contributions to these efforts. To all Canadian peacekeepers, past and present, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Next, we will move on to selecting items for debate. If you'd like to put your name on the board, please. And Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I'd like to select 7.2, and I'll select 8.1 on behalf of Councillor Jans.
Thank you. Anyone else? Well, since we have
7.1.
7.1, thank you, Councillor Morgan. Okay, and there are no reports not selected for debate. We do have
Counselor Wright,
one.
there is the request to reschedule.
Yeah, okay. And so if we can, any questions on that one for the City of Edmonton Peace Officer Authorities? No, if not, can we vote on that, please, for the revised due date? Maybe I do have a question. Mr. Jones, any indication as to how far out this report will come back?
There'll be a in-private council meeting September 8th. We'll be discussing that and some other matters all at the same time.
Okay, thank you very much for that. All right, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. And that is carried. Okay, we do have a number of requests to speak, and does anybody want to read them in? If not, I will. I will recommend that Community and Public Services Committee hear from the following speakers in panels when appropriate. For 7.1, implications of expanding opioid hazard assessment and naloxone training, Joshua Goldberg, Beth Capper, 4B Harm Reduction Society, Angie Staines, 4B Harm Reduction Society, Kendra Cowley. And on item 8.1, Rolly Miles Recreation Center, Joel Semenak, Dakota Diaz, Linda Purgas, Jenna Rogers, Christine Flame from Queen Alexander Community League, Grace Flame, Tom Peterson, Katrina Semenak from Friends of Scona Rec, Kim Clegg, Friends of Scona Rec, Elaine Solez, Friends of Scona Rec, Monique Nadiak, Jeff Papineau, Friends of Scona Rec, Catherine Carrier, Friends of Scona Rec, Christy Green, Friends of Scona Rec, Emily Vespi, Friends of Scona Rec, Melody Everest, Friends of Scona Rec, and Joseph Staywich, Friends of Scona Rec. Any questions? Can we vote on hearing from those speakers today?
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. And that is carried. There's no official request for specific time on agenda. However, I understand there's been an email requested, but I think we'll just continue on in the order of the agenda. Do we have any councillor inquiries? No. Reports to be dealt with at a different meeting? None, besides the 5.1. Request to reschedule reports. There's no unfinished business. So we will now proceed with the public report, 7.1, implications of expanding opioid hazard assessment and naloxone training. And before I do that, I'll just go over our public speakers protocol. For each item, administration may provide opening remarks or a presentation. Members of the public approved to speak will then be invited to make their presentations. Speakers will be heard in panels, and each speaker will have 5 minutes to present. The clerk will run the official timer in the meeting room, and it will be displayed in the virtual meeting. The light will be green for the first 4 minutes, turn yellow when there is 1 minute remaining, and flash red when the 5 minutes are up. When everyone in your panel has had a chance to present, members of council may ask questions of you or other panel members. For this reason, please remain in the meeting until all questions have been asked of your panel. If you are participating virtually, please mute your microphone when you are not speaking. If you are experiencing any technical difficulties, please reach out to the office of the clerk using the contact information provided in your confirmation of registration or at city.clerk@edmonton.ca. If you are here in person, city staff will guide you to your seat when it is time for your panel. And before we continue, I want to remind everyone of the respectful behavior expectations required while participating in this meeting, while both in person and virtually. Hearing from the public is an important part of council's process that provides us with the opportunity to hear the full diversity of opinions that exist in our community. As meeting chair, my role is not to moderate the nature of the content being discussed, but to ensure behaviors support a safe, respectful, and neutral space for my colleagues, city employees, and the public. Disrespectful comments, including the use of profane language or gestures, and behaviors such as shouting, cheering, or clapping will not be tolerated. As well, any use of the raise hand feature, chat, emoticon response, or AI note-taking tools in the virtual meeting are not permitted. I'll direct the clerk to have security remove anyone violating these expectations, and they will not be permitted to rejoin the meeting. I'll not provide any additional warnings. This meeting is being live streamed and everyone is welcome to watch online. Thank you. And I will go to our administration for their presentation. Thank you.
All right, thank you all. We have our presentation up, so I'll get started. I'm Craig Walbom, the Acting Deputy City Manager for Corporate Services, and I would like to introduce individuals who are with me in person today. Dusty Schlitter is the Branch Manager of Workforce Safety, Security, and Employee Health, and Dusty has recently been successful in attaining that role permanently. She was acting for a while before that, so this is her first time here, I believe, in the permanent role, so congratulations, Dusty, for that. Also, Anita is our Director of Occupational Health and Safety Programs and Services, and she is here today to do the presentation with us. We also have a number of other available and supporting staff that'll be here to answer questions after the speakers. Before we get started, I want to recognize the impact of opioid addiction and what it does and has on our communities, from the individuals to their families to our neighborhoods and the city as a whole. This complex issue requires a many-faceted approach to decrease harm to everyone affected, and we acknowledge that many city teams and other orders of government have worked tirelessly on various initiatives to help mitigate and address the larger issues associated with opioid addiction. And we're going to go over today the purpose that we're here today, which is one element of that broader complex issue. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Dusty to start with the slides, including the motion we're here to talk about today.
Thank you, Craig. Good morning. On May 11th, this motion was passed to further investigate the implications of expanding access to and appropriate training for the administration of naloxone to interested City of Edmonton employees. Included in our work was a jurisdictional scan to determine how other public sector organizations with similar workforce risk profiles approach naloxone administration for their employees. Next slide, please. Our current program, established in 2022, is built on a clear, evidence-based risk assessment model. This model categorizes our workforce into two distinct groups for naloxone administration. In the first group, we have roles with elevated risk of accidental exposure to opioids. This is where we focus on internal safety. This includes positions like our ETS lost and found staff, who are trained and equipped for the narrow protective purpose of administering naloxone to themselves or a coworker if the need arises. Next, within that group, we are equipped to support the public through roles where public first aid is a core job duty, and where employees received advanced self-defense and de-escalation training. This is specifically our peace officers and fire rescue services, who have capacity to manage the physical risks of public intervention. In the second group, and for all of our other employees, standard first aid applies. In those areas, our emergency protocol directs staff to call 911 immediately. Establishing these clear boundaries prevents role ambiguity. It ensures our staff can safely manage the space and support the scene while highly trained medical responders handle the clinical crisis. Next slide, please. If the city were to expand the provision of naloxone to interested staff, we could effectively be transitioning general municipal roles into emergency medical response functions. This is a fundamental shift in job scope, and we have to work through a number of implications. First, OHS and competency. Under the OHS Act, employers have a legal duty to ensure that any work that may endanger staff is performed only by competent workers. Competency requires a proven mix of knowledge, training, and experience so a worker can manage hazards safely with minimal or no supervision. Secondly, with OHS is hazard control. To protect our staff, we need to implement controls for physical and psychological hazards. In this space, they are exposure to bodily fluids, contaminated sharps, and unpredictable behavior. Depending on the role, this means the city must mandate specialized PPE, safe work procedures, de-escalation training, and post-incident psychological support. The third implication is legal and liability. When employees are on shift, they act as agents of the municipality. Law allows individuals to administer naloxone. Doing so as part of their employment shifts all civil liability and regulatory compliance entirely to the city. An employee volunteering does not waive our OHS or workers' compensation obligations. If an intervention is unsuccessful or causes perceived harm, the municipality is exposed to direct lawsuits. And finally, there are operational realities. Expansion would require an enterprise-wide program to manage intake workflows, supervisor approvals, training schedules, PPE and supply inventory, and ongoing program oversight. Direct costs are estimated at $380 to $450 per participating employee, which is compounded by the ongoing indirect program sustainment costs, as well as the introduction of labor and union considerations. Now I'll pass the remainder of the presentation on to Anita Beccadermo, our Director of Occupational Health and Safety Programs and Services.
Thank you, Dusty. As shown on the screen, the City of Calgary, City of Toronto, and Strathcona County all follow the same core approach as Edmonton, restricting naloxone deployment strictly to roles where job hazard assessment identifies an elevated risk or where public first response with de-escalation is a core duty. The City of Toronto and Calgary both use the BC Risk Assessment tool, which helps public sector organizations weigh the likelihood of an overdose against the consequences of being unprepared. Our approach is similar to the tool and shares key elements of it as both rely on structured risk criteria. Transitioning to the provincial level, voluntary use of injectable naloxone is governed by a corporate framework with prescriptive controls. As of July 2026, no department has opted in. Next slide, please. In conclusion, the city's current approach fulfills our legal employer obligations and protects our workforce from both physical hazards and the psychological burden of complex medical resuscitations. Thank you, and we welcome your questions.
Thank you very much. Now we will hear from our speakers that have registered. And I'm not sure if they're here in person or online. Joshua Goldberg, and the clerk will help you to your seats there. Beth Capper, Angie Staines, on her way, all right, and Kendra Cowley. And Kendra's online. Okay, perfect. So we might have to bump Angie down on the list depending when she gets here.
I provided a presentation. Is it possible to put it up?
I'll look to the clerks for that. That's it? Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
My name is Joshua Goldberg. Thank you for this opportunity to speak with you about city staff use of naloxone. 5 minutes is a short time, so I'm going to go very quickly through the slides in my presentation, but I'm happy to answer questions about any of the details. I'm a resident of the Alberta Avenue neighborhood. I'm speaking today because in 1993, my best friend's brother died of an opiate overdose. I don't want anyone else to go through the anguish of losing a loved one to shame, stigma, or bad drug policy. The first time I responded to an overdose was 5 years after Dean's death. In 1998, a 16-year-old staggered into my workplace, dropped to the ground, and stopped breathing. Back then, we didn't have access to naloxone. Heart pounding, I gave her rescue breaths while my coworker called 911. Despite me fumbling and being inexpert in rescue breathing, and despite the 15 minutes it took for paramedics to arrive, she survived. She went on to live another 26 years and contributed so much to my life and the community in that time. Next slide, please. Today, we are in a much worse situation and also a better one. The drug supply is exponentially more contaminated than it was then. Next slide, please. We see this in the shocking numbers. More than 2,700 people have died of drug poisoning in Edmonton since 2022 alone. That's 770 people last year, the highest it's ever been. But we also now have, through the incredible efforts of advocates, public access to naloxone and information and training on how to do effective overdose response. Next slide, please. The City of Edmonton and other levels of government have been part of this positive effort with regard to public messaging. The city's website is clear. Call 911, then use naloxone. Next slide, please. The provincial and federal governments also emphasize naloxone and the message that naloxone is safe to use. Given this support of the public to engage in overdose and to use naloxone as part of that, it's baffling that the city takes a very different position in messaging to staff. Next slide, please. The city's current documentation on opioid hazard and naloxone implementation presents naloxone use as scary and dangerous, requiring special, extensive training and limited to staff who specifically have first aid as part of their job. This not only blocks staff who want to carry naloxone and be able to help if overdose is suspected, it also undermines the city's messaging to the public that we all can and should use naloxone. Next slide, please. The city's position contradicts one of the recommendations in the city's Drug Poisoning Reduction Advocacy and Action Plan, that city policies should include adequate training and resources to support city staff carrying and using naloxone. And the recommendation of the Substance Use and Addiction Program, or SWAP, Communities for Drug Poisoning Prevention Initiative, which the City of Edmonton participated in. Opiate overdose can cause decreased breathing. As the SWAP Operational Framework for Drug Response in Edmonton notes, in these instances, it's crucial to give naloxone as soon as possible. If someone isn't getting enough oxygen, we can't just call 911 and then stand back and wait. The person needs medical care right away. With or without naloxone, whoever is there has to try to help. It's scary when we're confronted with a medical emergency, whether that's someone in a blood sugar crisis, bleeding from a car accident, or any kind of injury. But we need to be brave and do what we can until paramedics arrive. Naloxone is safe for the person getting it and the person giving it. And it's more traumatic, not less, to be powerless to help. Why disempower your staff who want to help by taking away one of the tools in their overdose response toolbox? Next slide, please. Staff who want to be part of the solution should be supported and encouraged, not penalized. Indeed, this is the position taken by some municipalities. The jurisdictional scan in the staff report only includes 3 cities, so I've included supplemental information in the slides about Winnipeg, Vancouver, next slide please, Goderich, and provincial public sector employees in BC and Ontario, there's a final slide, which also support staff who want to carry and use naloxone as needed. I want to live in a city where people have basic skills on how to help each other, whether that's learning CPR, naloxone use, or other first aid, clearing snow from the sidewalk, or helping people pump out their basements after a flood. As the saying goes, you're either part of the solution or part of the problem. You have the power to make the city part of the solution with overdose response as one of the many actions needed to prevent further deaths. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And it looks like Angie has arrived. All right, great. Okay, but Beth, go ahead. Did you have a presentation as well?
No, I didn't press my mic.
Yes.
Okay, no presentation. I'll just be reading.
Go ahead for your 5 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, so my name is Beth Capper, and I'm a professor of film studies. My job involves teaching students how to think about and critique films. I include this seemingly irrelevant tidbit about my occupation to underscore that I am not a medical professional of any sort, and yet since 2020, I've responded to dozens of drug poisonings on our city streets. The first time I responded to a drug poisoning, I didn't even have basic first aid training. I had simply been shown how to administer naloxone, and then one day I found myself in a position where I had to use it. Since that time, I've learned so much about drug poisonings and the drug supply, particularly from collectives like 4B Harm Reduction, an organization which I am now a proud member. With that grassroots education, I've skilled up and I've grown in confidence. I'm here today because I want all of us to have the same confidence that I have developed in responding to drug poisonings because our neighbors are dying. The last time I administered naloxone, it was to a young Indigenous woman who couldn't have been older than 25. By the time I found her, the color had drained from her face, a sign that she was low on oxygen. Had I waited for the paramedics to show up, there's a chance that she may not have made it, or that she might have experienced an anoxic brain injury. Being able to respond to this person in crisis and to be with her as she awoke was far less upsetting to me than it would have been if I was standing there powerless to act. This is why I think it is so important that city workers be enabled by their employers to respond to drug poisonings should they want to, and why it is vital for the city to provide any worker that wants to respond to a poisoning with robust support and training. For the remainder of my time, I also want to push back a little on the risk-based approach taken in the report, implications of expanding opioid hazard assessment and naloxone training. In particular, the claims that city workers responding to drug poisonings are placed in a position of heightened physical risk from accidental exposure to opioids or from interacting with those experiencing a poisoning need to be interrogated. I would be intrigued to see the factual basis of the claims, for example, that A, accidental opioid exposure poses any significant risk, and B, that those experiencing a drug poisoning may respond violently once the poisoning is reversed. To the first point, there is, according to numerous academic studies, absolutely no credible evidence supporting the myth that coming into casual contact with opioid residue, as you may when responding to a drug poisoning, poses any risk at all to the person responding. And to the second point, the idea that those experiencing a drug poisoning will respond violently after they've become responsive again is, in my view, not based in any reality other than the stigmatized perception of drug users as irrational, volatile, and violent. As a small woman who has now been doing street outreach for over 4 years and who has responded, like myself, to dozens of poisonings, but also who has witnessed many other people responding as I've sort of been the person on the sidelines, I've never experienced any violence whatsoever from someone waking from a poisoning, and nor have any of the members of my outreach collective, nor any of the other collectives that I know of in the city who we all kind of, we share information with each other. So I believe that the risks outlined in this report misunderstand what is involved in responding to a drug poisoning and the conclusions regarding what is required by the employer to expand naloxone training. I think these are based on evidence that needs some more interrogation. These potential risks must be subjected to rigorous scrutiny and further evidence-based research before they inform your city policy. Naloxone is safe to use. It is not difficult to learn how to use it. I am an example of that. And the risks of using it are extremely low. On the flip side, the risks of not receiving naloxone to the person experiencing a drug poisoning are extremely high. Indeed, they are life-threatening. The city must do whatever it can to better support those city workers who are willing to respond to a drug poisoning as a matter of priority. Thank you so much for letting me speak today.
And thank you very much, Beth. Next, we have Angie Staines with 4B Harm Reduction Society. Go ahead, please.
Hi, thank you for letting me speak. My name's Angie Staines. I'm the founder of 4B Harm Reduction. I'm a nurse. I am somebody with lived experience, and I teach naloxone all the time. I've spoken to quite a few of you about the naloxone policy in the past. I do believe that it is quite stigmatizing and pushes the narrative of safety. I have reversed around 160 drug poisonings since 2020. I have never once had anybody become violent. The first thing they usually say to me is, "I'm sorry." There's a lot of shame and stigma, and it's just another layer on a very vulnerable population. I had to reverse my son out here in these streets a few years ago, and no mother should do that either. There could have been other people around. I hear from community all the time that they wouldn't be here if it wasn't for somebody just checking on them. My son is alive today because people checked on him. That being said, we have a long way to go here. I've witnessed some not great behavior by city employees. People being pushed off while doing a sternum rub, over Narcanning somebody. We need to keep in mind in anything we do that there is a person behind this response that has to go back to live a life you can't even imagine. So I want to tell a quick story because I really think that it sat with me. And I start most of my naloxone trainings with this, because even if somebody takes my training and isn't comfortable, they need to be there. Just respond, check on people. I was working at the ALEC on my break. I would always walk up to the transit station and have my lunch with some community members or just chat with people. And I saw somebody down in front of the entrance. Now I want you to keep in mind, this is about 7:30 at night after shift change. It's an Oilers playoff night, and there is a young woman in her 20s, Indigenous, in that entranceway, and she was dead. It was too late for me to respond, even though I did respond. But I don't know how many people stepped over this young woman. She has a family and people that loved her. We knew her. We need to get away and really be mindful of the narratives we're allowing to happen in this building. We need to bring the lived experience people in to inform this. And I'm talking lived experience of this drug supply, because this drug supply has changed immensely, and I have no idea where it will go from here. We need to get back to compassion. Police should not be responding. If you do want a violent interaction, that's usually when it happens, because then when they wake up, they're scared. They've been traumatized already. So having somebody like me or another city worker, it really does make a difference. I've had many city workers come to my trainings because they couldn't get it in their workplace, and they felt they were watching people die. So not only are we traumatizing the people on the street, you're traumatizing your employees, period. And if you can't think of them, then please think of your employees. I just implore you to really talk to the people that are most affected by this crisis and base it on that, and base it, like my friends here, on fact and research, not the narrative that is being put out here, that perception of safety. Because I'm not a big girl, and I hang out with gang members in alleys all the time. So, there's no reason somebody in high vis can't just respond. It will save lives, period. This is a life and death policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Angie. Glad you made it in time. Online, Kendra Kelly. Do you have a presentation, Kendra? But you are on mute.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now. Yeah, please go ahead with your 5 minutes.
Thank you. Okay, thank you so much for letting me speak today. My name is Kendra, and I have spent much of the last decade working as a librarian, both at EPL and at the Toronto Public Library. 3 years ago, I helped found a group called Library Workers for Supervised Consumption Sites, a group of library workers concerned about the impact of closing supervised consumption sites and defunding harm reduction services on our patrons, our communities, and our work conditions. So through this group, I've had the privilege of engaging hundreds of library workers across the country about their experiences of this moment and their work in this moment. And I've spent the last year documenting and analyzing these conversations, in addition to Canadian Public Library's responses to the toxic drug supply crisis. So I too want to challenge some of the assumptions that inform this report, especially the idea that city workers responding to drug poisonings are vulnerable to heightened physical risk or accidental exposure to opioids, or from engaging with people who have experienced a poisoning. First and foremost, I want to emphasize that death is the primary harm of the toxic drug supply crisis and increased drug poisonings. Real people, people who are loved and who love others, are dying daily in Canadian cities. In the library, this includes the preventable deaths of beloved patrons who would still be with us today if it weren't for prohibitionist and punitive policies. So if we really want to talk about health and safety in our public institutions, we need to be honest about whose health and whose safety we're prioritizing. A drug poisoning, for example, is a medical emergency requiring medical attention. Though often scary for a responder who's doing it for the first time, the person experiencing a drug poisoning is at risk of serious brain damage or death. This should be our priority. No one is disposable, and we all deserve safety, including and especially those made vulnerable to the harms of the toxic drug supply crisis. Preventing workers from being able to respond to these medical emergencies will not stop them from occurring. It will, however, lead to more death, community loss, and the psychological and emotional harm that is caused by being forced to wait for an overtaxed, under-resourced emergency response service while somebody potentially dies. So leveraging worker safety to stop providing medical care during a poisoning really minimizes the harm that frontline workers experience watching our communities die and being told that we can't do anything about it. If employers or municipal governments are really concerned about the secondary harms that may come from frontline workers responding to drug poisonings, so for example, as you cited, exposure to biohazardous materials and sharps, and as I would think is really important to include, the emotional impact of responding to a drug poisoning, then they can provide staff with resources, training, and yes, naloxone to mitigate these harms. They can provide PPE, such as gloves and sharps disposals. They can help us take meaningful training for de-escalation skills, and they can provide staff with time to respond to the emotional impact of witnessing an intense medical emergency. We must resist the false narrative about exposure to secondary opioid exposure as being something that is a danger to frontline workers. And we must prioritize life over liability and the supposed financial cost of supplying frontline workers with life-saving skills. Frontline workers require access to these resources to be able to respond to our community with compassion, grace, and skill. I cannot overemphasize the emotional impact of not having what you need to respond to someone in crisis. Learning to use naloxone is not hard, and it allows us all to share or to be part of caring for each other in a moment of intense crisis. As a labor organizer and a librarian who has responded to many drug poisonings on the job, I want to be clear. I refuse to let my right to safe and supportive work conditions be used to punish people who use drugs. Our safety is tied up with one another. Safety and security comes from having our material needs met, from being in community that cares about each other, and from learning the skills and building the infrastructure that supports each of us and all of us when things get tough. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kendra. I'll now go to questions of our speakers. Councillor Morgan.
Thanks a lot, and thanks to their speakers for their frontline knowledge and their sharing their experiences. Just talking about it is traumatizing and very emotional. So I appreciate you sharing what you've been through, what you've gone through, what the work that you've done. So I'm just curious. Speaker number one there, Joshua. You mentioned municipalities that are doing the work already. Winnipeg, Vancouver, Goderich, BC government, all having the naloxone training. And I'm curious. I'm going to ask a bit in this, but why they aren't on in the report that we were given. Do you want to just? I kind of missed the slide. It went really fast. Do you want to talk about what they do?
Sure. I mean, I can't answer the question about why they're not in the report. That's a question for staff.
No, and I won't ask you that.
At Winnipeg, staff at city-run rec centers, pools, fitness centers, and libraries can administer nasal naloxone as part of first aid. In Vancouver, In 2018, the city changed its guidelines to support employees who obtain training on their own initiative and elect to administer naloxone in response to a suspected opioid overdose. Goderich, which is in Ontario, has a bit of a different position. They are more proactive, so they say all town employees will be trained to identify opioid overdose and respond by calling 911, doing chest compressions, and administering naloxone depending on the circumstances and their comfort level. The BC government recommends that its staff and other public sector staff have access to naloxone and overdose response training. And the Public Services Health and Safety Association in Ontario says having naloxone available in workplaces is essential for protecting employees and visitors from the potential fatal consequences of opioid overdoses. Making naloxone accessible helps reduce stigma and ensures that workplaces are prepared to handle opioid-related incidents effectively.
Thanks, and I guess the very first thing you said, I only have 5 minutes, and I just kind of hit me there too with how long it takes for somebody to pass away in that, and so just within your 5 minutes we could have lost somebody from a drug poisoning too. So I thought that was an interesting little thing. What was I going to ask here? Sorry. I guess I'll go to Beth here too. You talked about you haven't seen any violence when reviving somebody.
No, I've never seen any violence, and in fact, because of the way that the drug supply is right now, there's and because of what's mixed in the drug supply, like a lot of the time you may respond and the person might not even wake up, right? You might get, like, let's say, clear signs that they're breathing back and such, but they won't necessarily even come out of it. But the times that I have seen people come out of it, most of the time the sort of response is, whoa, what happened, right? Because this person took a drug that they expected, right? Like, was the dose for them, that would be fine for them, and then something else happened, right? So it's usually just surprise, like, oh, what happened, what's going on, and and then what we usually do is just sit with them, and if the paramedics haven't come yet, wait till they come and say to them, do you want to go with the paramedics or not? I've never ever had any violence whatsoever. Not even like a fuck you. You know what I mean? Sorry. I'm not sure if you're allowed to say
No profanity, please.
So, I mean, I'm not saying that, like, there's never, ever, ever, ever been an instance of violence, right? Like, of course we can all find outlier, like, happenings. But what I'm saying is I've been now in 2 harm reduction groups. I've witnessed personally, I don't know, I want to say upwards of 40 to 50 reversals, not done by me necessarily, but done by other people that I've been with. And I've never, ever, ever seen anybody be violent. I'm in community with other harm reductionists. I've never, ever, ever seen anybody be violent. Angie Staines here, who I work with in our group, of course, has much more experience responding than I have, and you heard what she said, right? So.
Okay, thank you. I have more, but I only have 20 seconds, so we'll go to the next one.
Thank you for self-regulating there. I have questions for Angie with your medical experience and that. I'm just wondering about the efficacy of the injection naloxone versus the nasal, which is more effective, or?
A lot of people believe that the nasal works faster. That is not true. So usually, if I'm going to start to see some results, and just what Beth said there is before, like when I started doing this 2021, I could even titrate a half a dose or a dose, and 15 minutes later, people were getting up and walking away. I would say 70% of the time they are being transferred now, no level of consciousness, and we're just bagging them. So, it is the drug supply. But I personally like the intramuscular better. I know they are getting 0.4 of that drug. It does work quicker. And from feedback from the community, the nasal, it hits hard when it does hit, and it puts them, of course, into precipitated withdrawals. So now they have to go get unsick, and they're going to push through all that naloxone, right? So we really need to be mindful in that sense as well. So I find with the intramuscular, I just see better results quicker. So intramuscular, if I'm going to see something, 2 to 3 minutes, and with the nasal, you're looking more 4, 5 minutes. But when it does hit, it hits hard, and they get kind of shaky, like that adrenaline shake.
I was just wondering if we could reduce the risk of needle pokes
Yeah,
or blood in
absolutely.
that.
Exactly. I mean, but you can respond, right? You're responding with, I have found with the tranq dope we have out there and the heavy like carfentanil, that the nasal is almost required for a lot of them, because when we're getting to them, they're at like a really low pulse ox, and we got to bring them back quite a bit. So the nasal, when it does hit, it hits hard, and it gives them that extra oomph. But
Okay,
I mean,
and that was going to be my other question too, was the difference between the fentanyl and the carfentanil. So the nasal,
so when you look at the drug supply now, you will see carfentanil, fentanyl, fentanyl analogs, which are things made in a lab, and then we have the benzos on top of that. They're mostly animal grade. I do drug test strips in the alleys here, and I see metatonidine almost every outreach. They call it rhino tranq, and it literally is rhino tranq. I just had a sample come back from BC that was 98% metatonidine with no opiates. So even if we are using naloxone, people need to be responding, and that really needs to be, 911. We need to get air on them and respond, yeah.
okay. So the naloxone isn't necessarily going to address everything.
No, but it's going to
majority.
help, and a lot of the times you'll see that return to breathing. You see all those,
Color come
signs,
back,
the blue, and they're maybe moving a bit, but they're not waking up. You just have to stimulate them with your voice, and they will, and then hope fire gets there quickly.
Okay. Thank you. I think I will next go to Councillor Morgan.
Thanks. I'm going to go over to Angie here. I was just curious about, just going again on the violence, on people getting revived. Just your thoughts, I guess, on uniform response versus non-uniform response.
Yeah. I mean, we can go into the colonial issues there, a lot of generational trauma with uniform and frontline. That is just a reality, and we have to figure out a way to work around that, because we are just traumatizing people more. I will say, when it comes to, like, our training is lived experience, so I went to people and said, what is it like to be reversed, and Brannon told me, and what they explain it is that you're, 1 minute you're doing that substance, and the next minute you got Angie screaming at you, you got lights and sirens, and I have the most annoying poisoning response voice you've ever heard, but it works, But it's sensory overload. So that's what you're getting, right? Is that sensory overload. And then if you've got trauma on top of that, maybe, you're on the spectrum. So just imagine that. You have no idea what happened. You're waking up. A lot of the time there's a partner that's upset and crying, and it's just a lot. Especially now with the drugs, I would say it is very hard to even be violent, because you are so down, you are on the nod very, very hard. So I personally have never, but it's about the training as well, right? When I do my training, I talk, as they're coming to, you're giving them more space. Who wants to be yelled at and, wake up with me in your face, right? So I think we really need to, it's a whole holistic approach, and that will help with, but it's that narrative, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, that's all I have. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you to the speakers, both in person and online. Next, we're going to head over to questions of administration. Councillor Morgan, Councillor Stevenson's not on committee, so Councillor Morgan, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I got lots of questions. I was looking at the jurisdictional scan, and I'll ask about what I was going to ask about, or talking to the speakers about in a minute here, but I was curious about the provincial government is allowing departments to decide, and staff within those departments to decide as well, although no departments have actually taken up that opportunity. So, what, like, in your eyes, why would the provincial government, why would departments not sign up? Why, is there reasons for that?
We can't fully speak to why they wouldn't opt in. I would assume that is based on all of the controls and prescription that would need to be set up to be a part of the process. All we know for sure is as of July 2026, no department has opted in.
Yeah, and so like I was kind of thinking about it, like is like the provincial departments versus our areas. Like we're very much more. It feels to me that we're much more front facing. We have our people on the streets and the libraries and transit and cutting grass, all these different things, and I would think that'd be more closer to these people that are experiencing this. So I was just kind of curious if it would even be a fair jurisdictional comparison in the report. In your eyes. I mean, you guys wrote it, but tell me why provincial government would be part of this jurisdictional scan.
We wanted to ensure that our jurisdictional scan was all-encompassing. So we did a review of both the provinces and the municipalities, and the GOA was included based on prior conversation that has also happened in council.
Okay, so with that the way they have it is, again, they allow departments to do that. Would that be something that could be mirrored? Like, could we allow the departments of the city of Edmonton to decide?
Again, I think the motion today is to let you as committee of council, and maybe if you want to direct us as a council to decide how you would do it. What we wanted to make sure is you understood kind of what we found with the jurisdictional scan. There was some cities that we looked at, and everyone does the risk-based approach, and there's just steps that you'd have to go through to consider it, and there'd be the implications that we provided in the report.
That's a yes then, basically. We could mirror what the province does.
Yeah, technically from how the rules work, you could, yes.
Okay. Why we got 4 jurisdictions from the speakers that all use this or have some form of training for their staff? Why didn't we include those? Why did we choose only ones that didn't? Did we look more broadly?
We reached out to 8 specific municipal and government entities. What's included in jurisdictional scan is responses from everybody that has that responded as at the time when the report was due.
So do we think that's just waiting on somebody else to volunteer their information is the best way to get that information?
No, I can jump in here too. I think it was just a case of looking at where we thought the municipalities would have a similar scope and scale to ours. So there was a bit of a targeted approach given the timeline of this report coming back and what we could find out. So I think the team did their best to kind of tease out who they thought we could get the best comparable information from. It wasn't meant to be comprehensive, and we knew there was others out there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Winnipeg seems like a very comparable city to me. Same kind of climate and size and as well. And so I'm a little disappointed that we didn't have those two to draw on as well. I'll just tell you that right now. So, and again, we talked, actually, I'm going to talk about, so like, I'm going to ask about transit because that's my background too, would it be fair that transit employees, operators, inspectors, dispatchers, frontline people, cleaners would be all in contact with people that are experiencing these drug poisonings?
I don't know if Carrie's on the delegation, if she would want to jump in. Carrie?
I can help with that. So I think Councillor Morgan, for sure, and just as well as I do, they are frontline, most of those folks, and would be encountering them. Not all of them have the emergency first aid training and some of the basics that were described in the report. So there would be additional considerations. We'd have to look at it job by job and then develop specific plans if we were directed to look at how to implement this for ETS.
Okay, thanks. I'll have more. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Morgan. Councillor Rutherford.
Thanks. I'm just going to ask a line of questioning based on the presentations from the speakers. I didn't have any questions for you. Excellent presentations, but I've taken some of what you've said to bring forward questions. I guess I was really compelled by Joshua's presentation in terms of sort of contradictory messaging when and it's true, and I've seen that messaging about, call 911, administer naloxone, et cetera, yet then the messaging to staff is how dangerous administration of naloxone is. Can we speak to that kind of paradox?
As a branch that supports and internal employee safety, we are required by the safety management system to review every job and function in terms of what it is they are potentially exposed to or exposed to, and put in place controls. That is just the way that we frame.
So because we have no liability to the public, if they see a message and then they do administer naloxone, there's no health and safety liability. We're okay with that messaging.
If they're a member of the public?
Yeah. Like if it's unsafe for our staff, why are we okay with putting that messaging out to the public? The only thing I see different is who's liable. Or if it is that unsafe, why are we comfortable putting that messaging out to the public? Do you see what I'm saying?
I totally think that there is different realms of thinking when it comes to naloxone administration. I think that many people in the first response community, I know this firsthand, would say there's a danger associated with this. They've experienced danger. I don't know if it's the uniform that changes it. And then hearing from our presenters today, they have not experienced it that way. But I do believe there is a divide in terms of thinking on
anything, no matter what we do, I mean, whether you look at the jurisdictions that the speaker spoke about, the ones that, like the government about, everything is about voluntary.
Right.
So it would still be an employee saying, I want to do the right thing. I'm willing to take that training so that I can do, like, there's still a voluntary element to this. And if not comfortable, do not administer. Like even Winnipeg said that, the one with the most aggressive one with the chest compression said, at your comfort level, essentially. So like, I guess that's where I'm struggling with that. And then the poignant point by the speaker, Angie, around, and I've been really sitting with this one too, because I've heard from a few city employees about the trauma of not being able to administer and having to watch somebody suffer. And how are we accounting for that within our OH&S then?
It is a risk-based approach, so we definitely weigh it in there, and the way that we're managing or responding to the second portion of that, which is the moral injury of not being able to respond, is with clear roles and responsibilities. That is the way that we have decided to address that hazard. The other part of this is that when you're changing, allowing them to do this is the same legally as directing them to do this. We may be changing their job or role function. That it's not quite that easy.
Okay, I guess to Mr. Walblum, I'm going to go to you as the acting city manager, because we've had a lot of conversations with ELT at this table about sort of risk tolerance and risk aversion at the city, and how we balance that. And ultimately, what keeps coming back to us as governors is those risk tolerance questions are governance questions. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I think it is fair to say, and our role as administration is to bring the context to you around that risk so you can make an informed decision.
So ultimately, the question today is about what our risk tolerance is as governors.
Right, and what we've provided in the report is the process and procedures that we feel to be accountable to our employees that we'd follow if we were asked to proceed.
Okay, that's helpful context. I'll wait to see what emerges from the rest of the discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. I'm going to go ahead. So I guess looking at the risk then, and I understand you want to limit the city's liability, and but I'm just wondering if for an employee that has standard first aid training, are they restricted from assisting someone with a heart attack where they could maybe break the ribs as they're doing compressions?
No, they're not.
No, okay. And then what about helping someone in a, maybe in a car accident, where they could have exposure to blood? Because I think those are some of the risks that you've identified in the report, and I'm just wondering why that isn't the same across the board. Like, they're not restricted from attending to a car accident, even if they're not emergency responders.
Yeah, absolutely. So they would jump in, provide first aid. I think the difference is the space that we're in that maybe there's an potential opioid exposure. I understand that that's not everyone's experience, but there's potentially opioid residues. Some of the types of situations you're in when you are responding aren't, potential unpredictable behavior, potential violence, needle sticks. I think that our first responders could give you, maybe paint a more context around this, because typically those situations are just less safe than once you've been in an MVC or a motor vehicle collision. The hazard is usually mitigated by the time you're responding, right? That may not always be the case in the space of naloxone administration.
Okay, do we have any of the first responders here with us today?
Yeah, on the delegation, yeah. Okay. Jamie?
Hi there, thank you. Yeah, for the exposure risk, I can definitely speak to that. I mean, especially my first-hand experience. I've been with Edmonton Fire for 20 years. Of those 20 years, I was 19 years on the front lines, and my most recent position was Station 1 downtown. So my exposure the frequency was extremely high. Every incident that we went to, there was always exposure to drug paraphernalia, residual drugs. But of the incidents, I can say of the incidents where, say, our firefighters have reported OHS or WCD or incidents related to exposure to drugs that have affected their health, I can't recall any. So that's definitely something to think about there. That doesn't mean that the potential isn't there, and that doesn't mean that I would say the practices and the training that we put in place also protects them to the level where they're aware that that exposure has potential to harm their health, and that the safety practices that we have in place are actually protecting them as well.
And okay, thank you very much, Jamie. And so if they were to feel that the risk was too high, do they have the option not to respond?
No, not in our case. So we have a duty to respond. Our case is a little bit different because our risk is also measured differently, right? So when we respond, we inherently put ourselves at risk, and so we will not choose to go beyond our scope, let's say, of practice, and we will not choose to do things that, if we are not protected at that time, that will increase our chance of risk as well to our health. But it is a little bit different than, say, the general population of employees for the city of Edmonton.
Okay, thank you very much. And I've got one more question of administration. What sort of engagement with the unions have been done?
Related to this motion?
Yes.
Because it was just asking us to explore the implications, there's no change, so we haven't engaged the union at this point.
Okay, but because, I mean, I think that should have been investigated, whether their union members, totally would say no, or what other, changes to the roles and responsibilities would need to be done. Would that change the collective agreements? I think that should have all been something that should have been looked at for the implications. But my time is up, and I will go to Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Chair Wright. I'm going to follow up with the same line of questioning in regards to obligations of city employees. Now, I'm not really referring to first responders, more just general city employees. Let's say a snowplow operator. What is their obligation if they see someone having a heart attack, like a different type of emergency, or medical emergency? What is their obligation to respond? must they perform CPR?
No, they do not have, our public first responders have an obligation to respond, but the other municipal roles do not.
Okay, so are they instructed not to respond though? Is it their choice?
No, and there have been instances where they do provide first aid to the public. So no, they have not been told not to.
All right, and so with the naloxone, then, if a city employee were to be on shift and have a Narcan and administer, is that an issue? Without having training through the city?
I would say that if they are taking on risk beyond what they've been advised to, so for example, the instance I'm talking about with other municipal roles is they have first aid training, so they'll usually provide first aid. That's not true for all municipal employees, and not all of our employees have naloxone training or are equipped to administer naloxone. So if they were taking on risk beyond what they've been instructed to, there could be an implication to that.
And we would want them to be trained appropriately, as we identified in the report, before we gave that discretion to them.
Okay, so would it be upon themselves to get that training?
I think the report identified kind of the type of training and the typical cost for it. And beyond that, that is really what it would be. And yeah, depending on the guidance of council or where they want to go from the report we provided. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, like I took the training myself years ago, and however, that was like on my own choosing to do so. But I didn't know, I'm just trying to get an understanding if, like, the difference between obligation and just free will, basically, being able to do it without any.
Yeah, and I know it's tricky a little bit when you look through all the dimensions that are out there right now. Excuse me, even who, as a member of the public who can pick up the kits and have them available to themselves. As an employer, we have to make sure that we have, when people are on the job, trained appropriately and make sure that we're looking after them as well. That's what we try to identify in the report.
Right, yeah, okay, thank you.
That's all, Councillor Principe? Yeah, okay. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the conversation. And again, recognizing the lens that we're required to take as employers, I understand the position that you're in. I think the BC example is quite interesting because the other risk that they measure is risk to the public, the consequence of not doing that action. I just want to confirm that wasn't part of our analysis. We were looking strictly from the employer perspective.
In setting up our guidance that we use internally for the employees, the risks of not providing a response was also identified. It's part of the criteria with which our position is set up right now. Positions that would be more exposed to the public are enabled right now to provide naloxone. So yes, it was considered at that time.
And so how did that weigh then, I guess, in terms of the risks to our employees versus the risk of death to members of the public?
We had to take a balanced approach between the hazards that was identified, risks to employees, the other sides of not being prepared to respond, and take a balanced approach towards what we thought was an appropriate approach at that time.
Okay. Well, and I think that I'm understanding from the legislation that, again, we can and do put our employees into situations that have risk every day, and our legal obligations are not necessarily to never allow them to be exposed to risk, but to mitigate those risks through training. And I'm assuming that the training that we're currently providing for those who are administering naloxone has met that threshold. We haven't sort of had that challenged through any legal action, or no?
So far, so good.
Okay.
Our response is appropriate.
Okay, excellent. I think I think one piece that I wasn't quite sure I understood in the potential budgetary implications. So we currently have a structure in place for first aid training. I was just looking on the learning management site. Any city employee can register for first aid training. I assume that we currently have, procurement, supplies management for first aid kits, sharps containers, all of those pieces. So I'm just unclear what sort of additional infrastructure is needed to enable this program.
The cost of the naloxone kit, having to provide administration and oversight to the program, would all be additional costs in addition to all that we do right now for first aid.
But why is it additional?
I think there's unknowns. If we were to just put it out there to every city employee, are you interested? We don't know how many would respond, and the scale of the training and the scale of that inventory would be dependent on that. We were just trying to bring context to that in the report.
Yeah, no, I think it's useful having that. Again, I think again, to the best of my knowledge, like we don't necessarily look at a line item for sharps containers or a line item for first aid kits. That's just normal part of business. Can you also, there seems to be the ability to access naloxone for free. So again, can you just help me understand the cost?
In Alberta right now, employers that have approved for their employees to administer naloxone would have to carry the cost of providing naloxone to employees. So employees wouldn't be able to access the free naloxone from the province.
If they're doing that as private individuals, they can't then carry it on work time?
They probably could. I think that this would potentially, and so also to the scale you're talking about, this is we would consider it voluntary. So then making sure that we're tracking those approvals and making sure the people that have opted in have that's the scale and scope we don't understand. Now, I'm wondering if an interagency discussion wouldn't be able to shed more light on if that would be possible to use that, the naloxone that the province offers, but I think we need to have more conversation with the province.
Yeah, depending where we're directed, there's more conversations to be had, and I think more evaluation to bring back if we're directed, so for sure.
Okay, thank you.
I thought the buttons were supposed to be fixed over recess. I guess not. Councillor Morgan is next.
Thanks, and I'm just going to build off of Councillor Stevenson there. I was just looking at the report again. It says, for example, for 1,000 additional employees, initial cost would be $380,000 to $450,000. Is there not isn't there a level there, and just pardon my ignorance, but isn't there like a level there that is like within discretionary? Like, wouldn't that be within budget? It seems small to me, compared to the overall budget.
Yeah, I think again, depending where we're asked to go from here, we'd have to look at all of that and see what would that scale be, how might we ramp up, maybe if we're asked to go forward with the motion tone, then we'd probably want to look at interest and see what the scale is. Like that number of 1,000 could have been 100, could have been 2,000, it's just to give a sense of scale.
I guess
that's it.
I guess my other question is then, what's our capacity to train that stuff in the first place? We're not going to train 1,000 employees all at once, right? We're not going to do that tomorrow if we did that. So if what is our capacity to train for? This would be under feels like a first aid training to me, basically. How many employees do we train first aid to a year?
I would have to go look enough. There's a lot of refreshers going on. It really does depend on the business area. So for example, in transit, that's a huge demand to put on them to train 500, operators or employees, right?
Again, not something they would do all at once.
1,000%. So
So
I
it's
think
like,
it would have to be a stage. If we went out and surveyed, there was a, this is what you directed us to do. There was a huge interest in it. We would just have to scale the training, just like everything else.
yeah, absolutely. So like this 380 to 450,000 would not be 2027 if we did this. That would be like a portion of that. Like if we did like 200 employees, that would be like a fifth of that cost, right? So,
Yeah, and it wasn't meant to imply there's your budget ask. It was just to give a sense of scale purely.
oh, absolutely,
to the
and it's a great
individual
sense of
cost.
scale,
That's
right?
It.
And so,
That's it.
Yeah,
That's all it was.
100%, right? And so, I mean, it feels to me there'd be fairly small budget implications. In addition, and I would think that you could even pair this with the first aid training that we already do. So
We would for sure look at what are we already doing and how would this be layered in, depending on the scale. Yep.
okay. That might actually inform I'm going to be pushing forward something here in a minute, but I also just wanted to ask about the violence piece again. And my knowledge of like first responders is limited, but it's there. I know that our EMS staff, well, not our EMS staff, provincial EMS staff stage when they know there's known violence. I know peace officers do that too. I don't know about firefighters. Do firefighters stage if they know that there's violence, or do they just head on in like cowboys?
Jamie, you can answer, but I believe you stage until you're clear, right?
Yeah, we do. It depends on the information we receive from AHS. Our medical events are dispatched to us from AHS, and they put in safety notices in those dispatches. And then it depends on a couple of levels of pieces of information. Sometimes our units are already on scene by the time they get the information, so they proceed with caution. And other times they can use officer's discretion depending on the information that they receive.
Sorry, Jamie. What would precipitate a staging event?
It's really difficult. Again, it's interpreted based on what AHS gives us in their information. So we don't have the opportunity for specifics on a back and forth conversation. So if there's obvious weapons, if there's violence, if police are already either on scene or en route based on a violent call, then we will stage.
Okay, cool. So, but you also give naloxone too, if we see a known drug poisoning or a suspected known drug poisoning. Okay, so we're not worried about the violence there.
No.
Correct. Okay. And firefighters, the firefighters have self-defense training?
No, we don't. It's something we talk about. Self-defense training isn't. It's more de-escalation training. So
That's
that we
TPO,
focus
sorry?
on.
Is that peace officers or firefighters? Sorry.
For firefighters.
Oh, firefighters.
For firefighters, we looked at many avenues to go down, whether it be self-defense training in terms of actual physical self-defense training, but it's more, language de-escalation training is more of the bigger part of it. So if you talk to anybody that brings anybody back from an overdose, the language you use and de-escalation you use is far more important than your body, or your body language is very important.
Like drug poisoning over drug overdose, right?
Yeah. So the language, exactly. So how you bring those people back and the language you use and how you de-escalate them out of their confusion is far more important than being a physical presence.
Thanks.
Thank you. I just have a couple more questions. If we're considering this to be done on a voluntary basis through do the job descriptions and roles and that have to change?
I don't think if it was on a voluntary basis that it would have to change. We would just have to include, make sure the person is tracked as voluntary and then supported to do so.
Okay, so be less work in that respect then.
And this is where we would definitely want to engage with the union, make sure that we're on side on all of that with those exploring through all of that.
Okay, and that's what I was going to ask. Then, you'd still have to do that engagement as well. Too bad I didn't ask Kendra a question about so I'll ask you with EPL. They have their own contracts, so this would be something that they would have to take on themselves as well, correct?
We reached out to EPL July 22nd to get a formal position. We're yet to hear back from them.
Okay, and I know they've just had a change in CEOs and that as well. But that would be something that would be their decision, not city employees, okay? And then I was also, in the report, it talks about EPS, that they do the initial training, and I know we cannot direct operations in that. Has there been any discussions? I see Calgary does theirs renewal every 3 years. Is that something from administration's point of view? Can that be brought up with EPS to have more frequent refresher trainings?
I'm sure if that's what council's asking for, I'm sure we could have an admin-to-admin conversation.
Okay, but we can't ask for operational. Okay.
You'd have to follow your governance through, the commission, things like that, if you're looking to change that current process, I would suggest.
I think that's all I have then. Councillor Morgan, were you questions or your motion?
I have a motion.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Okay, cool. So I'd like to move that administration bring forward a report that outlines a plan for piloting a voluntary program for public first response, naloxone administration for all city employees, including timelines, training, hazard management requirements, costs, and an evaluation plan. Due date, I don't have one, but.
Most likely November 16th, 2026, Community and Public Services Committee, unless administration has other ideas.
I love it.
Yeah, I think I'll look to the panel that's on the board now. I think we were bouncing around with maybe a smaller scale pilot. I know, Councillor Morgan, that you were listening and hearing the citywide version of that. I have to process that a little bit in terms of turnaround time. That's a different scale, and what we'd bring back to you as the plan of how we would approach that might be different than a subset of the city.
So it'd be longer.
I think it would be longer because we'd have to look at the implications in a different way. But I'm looking to everyone here today to see if they agree.
Okay, we'll go back to the original then. If you can, clerks, if you can give it to me, I can pull that one back. And
I know we're dynamically steering, but if we went back to the original with what it would look like to expand further after, that could be an add to this that we could bring you some context on just to keep this moving along.
Sure.
How does that sound?
That sounds great.
Okay.
Well, okay.
So would you like to restate
that
motion, Councillor Morgan?
I'll restate what I had first. So let me just find it. Okay, cool. That administration bring forward a report that outlines a plan for piloting a public first response naloxone administration for transit inspectors in the Edmonton Transit Service Branch, including timelines, training, hazard management requirements, costs, and an evaluation plan.
And I know I'll kind of step between the lines here a little bit and say, and then if you wanted to add the sentence, and what further expansion could look like beyond, we could then give some discretion to us to bring that back with it.
I would consider that friendly from administration. So.
Thank you for your discretion.
Thanks.
I will second.
Thanks.
I can't.
We don't need a second for that committee.
Yes. I'm also taking on the risk of being electrocuted with this button, but that's my own risk that I'm taking on. Okay. Any questions for the, actually, I have a question about the motion. Will that also include engagement with the union? Or does that need to be specified in the motion?
We will have to engage them, so.
Okay, so it doesn't need to be specified, it will be
No,
done?
we would do what we would need to within.
Okay.
You don't need to change the wording for that.
It will be done.
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, thank you very much to the mover. You know, certainly happy to be moving in this direction. I'm just wondering, I guess maybe I'm feeling a sense of urgency. I'm unclear why we're asking for a report back rather than just implementing a program. Because I think one of the biggest challenges is that it will be hard. A lot of what we're asking for, we won't know until a program starts. So we won't know how many people will volunteer for it. We won't know what the potential costs are until it's actually implemented. So just your thoughts on that, why we wouldn't just move straight towards implementation.
I would love to. I just understand there's budget implications that I fought against, but it sounds like there's still some questions around that, and that may.
Yeah, and again, I just worry. I can think of past initiatives where we got initial budget estimates, which, correctly and reasonably were extremely conservative. And when the actual costs came back, they were a fraction of what was proposed. So again, I just worry we don't know until we do, and not doing anything in the meantime leaves a significant risk in our community.
Yeah.
So maybe just to administration, again, I think where I'm struggling a bit, when I think of other technologies that have come in to the first aid world, so thinking of automatic defibrillators, for example, I don't think we had a council motion about that. I don't think there was a budget request to put those in our rec centers, in our public spaces. That just happened because it was what was necessary, it was what would save lives. And so I just struggle with why we seem to have to be stepping so lightly in this area.
Because the space is regulated.
How so?
Provincial occupational health and safety regulations require it. It is materially different from a cardiac event because there are inherent hazards there that aren't present for, say, a standard cardiac event or.
I mean, but CPR has risks of bodily fluid. You're putting your mouth to someone else's mouth, like that has risks.
Well, not typically anymore. Sorry, rescue breathing is way of the past, so it is more compression based. So that's not a hazard, but it is a materially different space in a first response. And we are regulated as an employer, so there are regulations. I believe it is enabled for the public in a way that it's not for an employer, right? So I think that's a conversation that we need to have.
But it is enabled through risk mitigation, which we have done and that we have the ability to do. Correct?
Different obligations apply to the employer than apply to the layperson.
Absolutely, absolutely. But as an employer, we've developed training that mitigates the risks in accordance with OH&S regulations.
Yep.
So it's not a question, it's a question of scale rather than ability, it seems. We have the ability to provide the training that mitigates the risk that aligns us with OH&S requirements.
Yeah.
Okay. So again, I guess not being on committee, but I mean, I think this is something moving forward with. I haven't heard any, and again, I recognize we don't want to be creating structural budget variances as we go. So, to administration, is there an opportunity that if we were to direct implementation of a program, that we could have a memo sort of a year from implementation to get a sense of the costs, the actual costs that have been incurred, which we can then address through a budget process if needed?
We could, yes, do that. Carrie, I'm pausing here a little bit because I know this one's focused on the transit side and part of the wording. Do you want to jump in here at all and give any further context?
I feel like being really transparent with all of you about the plan and how we would evaluate is important. I'm wondering, is it discomfort with the timeline? Because maybe we could just bring this back earlier, hearing, and I totally appreciate some of the pressures around what's happening in the community. Like, would that be an in-between solution to bring a report, let's say mid-October instead of mid-November? And I just wanted to make sure that you were aware of all of the components to a plan, and be transparent about the approach and get endorsement from all of you on that approach.
Yeah, and for me, I don't feel that this is at a governance level and that we need that much line of sight on what is effectively an operational matter.
Okay.
Okay. I do, no, okay, thanks, Dave. I'm just wondering if we amended it to be to request an unfunded service package for budget in order to implement this, and then part of the process for budget would then be prioritizing funding requests, and if this becomes something that can be just funded, at administration level, then it would be, and it wouldn't be unfunded when it comes forward. It would just be part of the base budget, right?
Yeah, that's correct. And I think part of what Carrie was saying, part of our evaluation would be highlighting the scale of the cost and if there would need to be a budget or if it could be absorbed. So I think it's just doing the diligence to go through that. And Carrie, feel free to jump in, but it was more about you understanding the whole process and what we've gone through before we implement. I believe that was it. Carrie, is that good context?
Yeah, exactly. The job-specific kind of assessment of developing the plan, all the components for transparency around it.
Thanks, Carrie. So the unfunded package would put us in the same realm of timeline here, I guess is all I was thinking.
Okay, because if we get another report back, and then if it ends up that we do need funding, then we'd have to do an unfunded service package. There would still be time then. Again, if Carrie says she can move it up to October, there's still time for it to be assessed within the budget cycle?
Carrie, do you want to answer that one?
Yes, for sure. We can incorporate that. And we're talking about roughly maximum number of people here. There's about 100 inspectors between LRT and bus. So just for context, we're not talking about 10,000 people. That's the group that I would be looking at. And I see Councilor Morgan.
And being a voluntary program, we wouldn't expect 100% participation. So costs would be minimal, probably something that wouldn't need a budget line. Okay. Oh, and do we need to indicate that it is voluntary then? And not a mandatory pilot?
I think that would be considered part of the assessment.
Okay.
And as we kind of flesh out the plan,
okay,
we would incorporate that.
Okay, perfect. Councillor Morgan?
Yeah, the motion does say voluntary, so, oh, it isn't there? Oh, I think the motion on the board is wrong then, so. But the one I gave should say voluntary, I'm hoping. Anyways,
Where would you like the word volunteer to be placed in the motion?
piloting a voluntary program. Let me see the motion too.
For piloting a volunteer public first response naloxone administration.
Yeah, so right, voluntary or public voluntary. Yeah, a voluntary program. Voluntary public first response naloxone administration. And I'd be happy. I don't know how to do this, but I'd be interested in pushing up the date to mid-October if that's. Since Transit said that that's doable.
So will we be amending that in the motion then?
So mid-October for Community and Public Services Committee, we have October 19th. If that's okay with administration.
Carrie's nodding her head.
Yep.
Yes.
Perfect.
Okay.
We're
We
okay
can
with
make
that.
that work.
Thanks, Transit. Appreciate that. And then I missed it. Do I need to do a motion for unfunded service package? No, I don't think so.
No. We'll bring that all back with
Okay,
out of this motion. An update on that.
Then I don't have anything else to say.
Nothing else?
Thanks.
Okay. Councillor Rutherford?
I'm just the revised due date is what made me jump on the board, because when I work backwards, so if it's October, you said 18th, 19th?
October 19th.
The due date for that to be in is 4 weeks in advance of that, right, to administration. So we're looking at, it's August, and that's the beginning of September. I appreciate the urgency, and I want, to support the earlier deadline, but I also want to be realistic about properly engaging ATU and having those conversations with ATU and other things. So I want to confirm that you would be able to have all of this information, including timelines, training, hazard management requirements, cost, and an evaluation plan early September in draft form.
Yes.
Okay.
We'll expedite this. I meet with ATU quite regularly, so that part will be done very early. And it gives us 3 to 4 weeks to do the drafting and engagement with our partners, and I feel confident we can do that.
No, I appreciate the willingness to work with expediency. Thank you. That's all my questions.
Councillor Rutherford, Councillor Stevenson.
I think maybe just to administration, maybe to Ms. Houghton McDonald, can you just help me understand what information you think that council needs in this report? I just want to dig into that a little bit more.
So particularly the last part that Craig had talked about, adding consideration for future expansions, my thought process was being clear about the training requirements, the hazard management pieces, doing that cost analysis, making sure we're really transparent about how we would evaluate the implementation and outcomes in particular, so that we can lift and shift if this were to expand and get bigger. And then the cost component. Again, for me, it was about transparency about the plan and not just running with it and surprising committee and council. Let's say we follow up with results of how it went and say, you know, there were some unintended consequences or lessons learned, and it surprises you all.
Yeah, well, and again, and I think that goes back, there's just so much we won't know until we start doing it. And so I'm just not, I guess I'm not clear why we wouldn't just have that follow-up, you know, after a year of implementation, for example. I mean, to be honest too, like, I guess I'm just, we don't get a report on our first aid program, right? Like, I'm really struggling about why we would, like, just thinking from a governance role, what is it that we need to weigh in on? I think this is very operational. I think that admin already has excellent systems in place, risk mitigations in place, training programs in place. Just trying to understand why we feel there's a need for this.
I'm not sure I have more that I can add. It was really, again, for me, about transparency of all the considerations, components, cost, how we would evaluate it, thinking that was an important framework to set it up, particularly if you look at expanding beyond this particular group. But obviously, follow the direction of council. If you all feel this isn't necessary, we can certainly pivot and flesh out the plan, ensure ELT is comfortable, and then we can follow up with evaluation in whatever time frame that council chooses.
Great, and then just for my understanding as well, so if a report came in October, when would the program be rolled out?
Well, and I think that would be part of our analysis and discussions with ATU and thinking about operations. How quickly can, and I hear the need for this to proceed fairly quickly. And obviously I know the risk in terms of public impacts around the opioid kind of crisis we're going through are certainly exacerbated in the colder months. So ideally I would think, provided we can line up the training, that we would want to have this in place for the winter months is my assumption. But feel free to tell me otherwise if it's not as urgent.
Okay, no, that's helpful. Just in terms of the further expansion, again, and so this I think would be for the other delegates. Again, could you talk me through, again, maybe the timelines on that, what that could potentially look like from an implementation perspective?
Yeah, again, I don't know that we have every answer in the moment, as Carrie said. I think part of the implications of why, I think this is probably wise to bring this back. It's not about the expediency. It's a new realm we're entering in a new space. And I think getting the analysis done for the pilot scope will give us a sense of how we might be able to take that further. So we may look at, I think the draft motion said for every employee, maybe we'd bring back some different advice once we look more into this targeted approach. So I think it's just, I want to make sure that we're being thoughtful around how we would enter the space and transparent with you as council. So that was part of it for my thoughts on that. So I think we need to do the review to see a bit more before we can have the conversation.
Okay, and is there opportunity between now and October to do like a glint survey or just like an internal survey to see how many people might be interested in what areas?
I'm not. We'd have to think that through, because I mean the other thing we have to think about is there's people all over the realm in terms of wanting to help, how they want to help. So I think we just need to be careful and cautious about the tone and the expectation that would set. So I have a bit of apprehension about that, if I'm honest, just from that lens. I think a good solid approach is to understand who we might be willing to do that with, ourselves, be guided by council, and then I think would be the right time for that. And that's a response off the top of my head, of course. So.
Okay, well, I'm out of time. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Seeing no other questions, would anybody like to speak to the motion? Please sign up. And Mayor Knack, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you. Very quickly, appreciate all the conversation. Thanks to the mover for bringing this forward. I didn't have any questions. Y'all did an amazing job with all the questions. Thanks to the administration. I know I get why you wanted to make sure you've just shown us all the risk, and we're in a different world. I remember when I first started with my retail business world, I could chase after the person that went to shoplift, and that's not something that we do anymore because of a higher level of risk. And so I get that you're sort of playing out and have to go through that process. With that said, I think this is a very reasonable step here in terms of this idea of a voluntary approach. I think there's plenty of ways to mitigate the risk that you've rightly identified. I think there's lots of ways to mitigate the cost impacts, tying that into, I think Councillor Morgan even mentioned in one of his earlier questions around tying it into other training that's happening with other groups. If we have 50 people that are interested and we can add 5 to an existing training program, like this to me doesn't have to cost really additional funds. I don't think it has to be cumbersome, and I don't think it has to really be seen as a significant risk to the organization. All of it should be said. I'm glad you've done your due diligence that you've showed us, and at the same time, I'm very confident in everyone here at this table that we will be able to create a program that is thoughtful, that is managing that risk, and that minimizes any type of cost. So thanks to Councillor Morgan for originally bringing this through. I think while we do live in a world that is risk adverse and employers have to be very careful and should be very careful, something like this as a voluntary program is very reasonable. I'm sure many of us at this table have sadly had to administer naloxone. I know I have, out on the street, and I'm sure there was a risk associated to that because of my role. I haven't had to do it in this role, but I had to do it in my previous role. So just like I'm sure we've all had to experience different things, it's hard, and there's real people being really impacted, and so the more we can help with that, the better. So I'll support this.
Thank you very much. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you. I do appreciate that we are taking this first step forward, and appreciate the mover for putting this on the floor. And I apologize that I've been short and impatient in this meeting, and I've been thinking a lot about psychological safety, and yeah, thinking about a really important piece of context that I think is missing in a jurisdictional scan, which is that Edmonton has significantly higher overdose deaths than anywhere else in Alberta and arguably across the country. So this is something that's deeply impacting our communities and something that's very visible on our city streets. And like the mayor, I have also had to administer naloxone twice, and if I think about having not been able to do that, I mean, technically, I guess I wasn't. I'm a city employee. I don't know if I was allowed to be doing that. And if I think about being constrained from doing that at risk of losing my job, I think that is true harm that we're creating for our staff. I have had multiple staff reach out to me saying, I want to be able to do this. Lifeguards are not currently able to administer naloxone, despite having other first aid training, and I think it's a real gap. So I, again, appreciate that we're taking this first step, and I hope that as administration is working on these, on this report for the fall, that urgency is reflected in what we have back, that we see a clear implementation plan that can help roll this out, this life-saving process out to as many staff who are willing to take that on as soon as possible. I also just want to take a moment to thank our speakers so much, not only for being here today, for what you've shared today, but for the work that you do outside of this room each and every day. It's powerful, it's important, and it is saving lives, so thank you. That's it.
Thank you. Committee member, Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, I'll just be brief. The reason I wanted to jump on and was compelled to speak is because, you know, I think that we learned a lot from COVID and the pandemic about how we can actually shift and adjust and move when lives are at stake. And I don't see this as any different. Yet we seem to have this juxtaposition when we know the numbers were shared today of how many people died on our street. We should be treating this as a crisis the same way we did the pandemic. And so I absolutely will support this. I agree with the tension with my colleague, Councillor Stevenson, about, you know, wanting to go faster, quicker, immediately, but also understanding that we do need to consider the union's perspectives. We do need to have one more follow-up checkpoint to make sure that the rightfully noted safety and legislative concerns are being mitigated. But ultimately, for me, the risk of leaving people dying on our street, the risk of the emotional harm that it causes employees that want to do help somebody but can't, for risk of being reprimanded, is clear that we need to shift this direction to me. And so I wholeheartedly support this. And honestly, I don't even care what costs come back. It's the right thing to do. So that's where I'm at.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Moore, or Councillor Jans, please.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the mover for bringing this forward. I just wanted to echo, I really appreciate the public speakers here today. I think they made some very excellent points. One that stuck with me is the continued need to destigmatize people who use drugs and to dispel some of the myths around kind of the idea of some of the contact highs and the I forget the name they use, the delirium or something. There's a lot that I think we still need to do. I learned on the weekend that the deaths from the opioid crisis have surpassed the deaths from AIDS, and that's staggering. I believe it was in the United States. It might have been North America at this point. It might have been worldwide. I'm not sure, but it's just staggering. And when you think about some of the stigma in the 80s and 90s against people who contracted AIDS and people who and some of the measures against harm reduction at the time, et cetera, and now we look back with shame and embarrassment. I think the more now we can do to normalize medical interventions, the more we can treat the drug poisoning crisis as a medical crisis and not a moral panic, the more we can continue to look after our neighbors and do this, the better. I think the motion is good. I hope that it inspires other para-city groups to come forward, whether that's EPL, whether that's others. I hope that they too feel, because I'm worried about the inverse effect, that as city council is perceived to not support something, that other groups seem to take that as a signal and maybe don't pursue the same path. I think it's been highlighted by the mayor and others that there's risk in everything, that this is a very reasonable risk. And I think we need to continue to do that. We've hosted, I've hosted events where we've had naloxone trainings, and it takes 10, 15 minutes maybe, depending on the number of questions from the audience. It's incredibly simple, it's incredibly easy, and it can absolutely save a life. So thank you to the mover and everyone for bringing this forward and letting me speak.
Thank you, Councillor Jans and Councillor Principe.
sorry for going on late. I felt compelled to speak of this because I do support this. I am going to support this. I would like to see some more information, and I think that this is a really good step forward. But I would like to state that when we use the reference or we use the terms "the right thing to do," there's a lot of complexity to it. So I just wanted to say also to administration, thank you for bringing this report and thinking of the safety of all. And I know it's very complex. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe, and Councillor Morgan to close.
Thanks a lot, and I would encourage my committee members to support. Sounds like you probably will, but I really appreciate the opportunity to hear from our speakers. What you do is incredibly invaluable, incredibly valuable. I, as a transit inspector myself for many years before joining council, especially the last 5 years, I saw so much that I wish I could have had the tools to help with as well, walking over people that are on the edge, and watching drug poisonings happening and not really having the tools to help, besides just calling 911 and just watching people die, literally. 4B Harm Reduction, amazing organization. I had to myself just to reconcile some of the things that I saw and the fact that I couldn't do anything when I wanted to. I had to volunteer with groups like Water Warriors that also bring harm reduction. And so having given this tool for transit inspectors, for city employees, hopefully eventually, is just one more step that we can do to not only save lives, but help save our employees who are experiencing a lot of trauma out there on the grounds. EPL, transit, our maintenance workers. There's so many people that are on the front lines and seeing so many things. Lots of work to do proactively on that, but in the meantime, we need to be reactive and do what we can to help people that are at their lowest. So, much appreciated. Thanks for the conversation, and I really appreciate Councillor Stevenson as well for stressing the urgency here too. Every day people are dying, so the sooner we can get help to them, the better. So, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Morgan. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. And that is carried. Thank you very much to administration, to our speakers. We'll move on to our next item, 7.2, which is Community Safety and Wellbeing Framework. We'll give you a few minutes to change it.
Point of order.
Yes?
I would like to bring forward 8.1.
And
As I'd like to move a motion to bring forward 8.1.
And the rationale for that?
To introduce it.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, well, we don't have any speakers on 7.2. I anticipate 7.2 is going to be quite a long, comprehensive conversation, similar to the one that we just had. And I just want to be respectful of the speakers' time for all the speakers that are on item 8.1. So we've in the past done that when there's items with speakers on it and moved non-speaker items for to the end of the agenda. And so that's my rationale here.
I have a question then, I guess, on your motion. Just sort of splitting it up with the speakers' times. I think we've got about an hour and 15 minutes worth of speakers, or about an hour and a half. Splitting it up over the lunch break.
I think that's better than the risk of not getting to it, which I think to all these speakers today that have taken time off to be here today is the bigger risk for me. So that's why I'm doing that.
Okay, and so when it came up for the agenda management, that, I know you'd put something in the chat, but you didn't mention
Yeah,
it,
I just
so.
I didn't know how long the first item was going to take. And so I wanted to see if it was a quick item, then maybe we did start CSWB. But given the community safety and wellbeing framework discussion, but given where we are in terms of time, like you said, the amount of speakers and the amount of time, like just doing the math in my head of making sure we honor the speakers and get the speakers heard from today, that's where it comes from.
Okay. I'm thinking with maybe more diligent agenda management. I'll take your motion, I'll put it to a vote, but Councillor Principe, are you looking to speak, or? Okay, so I will take that motion and put it to a vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the vote, please. Okay, that is carried. And so we will then have is administration prepared for presentation on 8.1? Okay. Get you settled here, thank you.
Good morning, Council. My name is Stacey Glatley, and I'm the Acting Deputy City Manager for Community Services. Today, we're here to provide you an update of the proposed Recreation Centre at Rollie Miles Athletic Field District Park. The following presentation will outline details of the current design development status, present updated capital cost and operational estimates, review the transition actions taken following the closure of Scona Pool, and share district demographic data alongside system-wide analysis to support informed infrastructure decisions. I'll now pass it over to Roger Devney to provide the presentation.
Good morning. In today's reports in response to an inquiry made by Councillor Jans at the April 15th, 2026 City Council meeting seeking information on the status of the Rollie Miles Recreation Centre. We'll endeavour to respond to the 7 points of the inquiry on the following slides. In today's presentation, and to align with the Council inquiry, we refer to the project as the Rollie Miles Recreation Centre. Please note that within the official report, it's designated as the Recreation Centre at Rollie Miles Athletic Field District Park, as the formal naming hasn't gone to the naming committee and would occur later in the development process. Since this inquiry was made, administration presented the Capital Infrastructure Plan Program, or the CIPP report, at the June 24th Infrastructure Committee, and indoor aquatics was used as an example of how the CIPP could be applied. The CIPP is intended to support long-term capital planning such that priority infrastructure is built and renewed within the appropriate budget in alignment with the city plan and population growth. The CIPP will support corporate capital investment decisions by improving coordination of capital infrastructure planning, evaluating infrastructure and customer service levels, allowing scenario assessments, and prioritizing capital needs for both renewal and growth across all asset types over multiple budget cycles. The report noted that the city currently has 16 city-owned and operated indoor aquatic facilities. The average age is 44 years old, and 8 facilities are over 50 years. The asset assessments were completed on 12 buildings, and 4 of these facilities were predicted to reach poor condition by 2036. Administration has identified that almost all of the assessments will proceed to option analysis, and the CIPP provided service scenarios noting where new aquatic facilities would be required to maintain current service levels and address gaps in the areas of the city where we're not achieving our service levels today and into the future. Since the decision to close Scona Pool was made, administration has presented several related reports, including the business case for the Recreation Center at Rolling Miles Athletic Field District Park, cost-sharing options with the Public School Board, innovative funding strategies to build and operate, maintain recreation centers, which focused on the Recreation Center at Rolling Miles, and on alternative financing tools and funding strategies for recreation centers. Next slide, please. So following the closure of Scona Pool in 2022, administration systematically actioned the specific operational next steps directed by Executive Committee. All the key commitments have successfully been completed. Official legal notification was delivered to the facility operator, River City Recreation, within the 30-day window. Direct coordination was also completed alongside the affected school, the local swim teams and rental groups to redistribute active bookings to neighborhood facilities. And furthermore, the technical scope and schedule and budgeting for the decommissioning, decoupling, and demolition of the pool were fully evaluated and integrated into the design development for the potential new facility, and the pool has been demolished. The proposed facility was advanced through design development and is currently on hold as there's no approved funding to proceed to deliver the project. The approved configuration details a 2-story recreation center featuring a swimming pool, gymnasium, fitness center, and dedicated community spaces. The broader site layout integrates the surrounding district park by planning the relocation of tennis and pickleball courts alongside the addition of an outdoor sports court and a natural ice loop through the park. Comprehensive project renderings, a fly-through video, and the formal What We Heard report are fully public on the project's website. In 2023, the baseline cost for the primary facility was estimated at $138 million based on the building codes and municipal policies at that time. Because of the recreation facility and the Rolling Miles District Park renewal are interdependent, they must be delivered concurrently, adding an updated Class 3 estimate of $13.5 million for the park infrastructure. In order to ensure this baseline estimate accurately reflects the current building codes, city policies, and market conditions, a 3-month cost revalidation study estimated at $50,000 would be required. Following validation and completing the detailed design phase alone would cost between $8 and $10 million, taking approximately 12 months to bring the combined project to a true shovel-ready state. To ensure that these updated cost figures and detailed designs remain current and actionable, the next phase of the work should only be initiated if the project aligns with the broader capital priorities and funding is available to transition into construction. In 2024, administration prepared the operating impacts of capital based on the performance comparisons of similar medium-sized recreation centers across Edmonton. The underlying business model estimates approximately 40% cost recovery rate. When factoring in all the facility maintenance and custodial costs, the cost recovery rate adjusts to 25%. And these cost recovery rates would be consistent with the high end of other leisure center cost recoveries. The facility would require approximately $2.9 million in tax levy annually for operations and maintenance. It would represent an estimated net annual operational tax levy implication of approximately 0.11%. Under the city plan, the land use concept, the Scona district is anticipated to reach a population of over 106,000 residents once Edmonton reaches a total population of 1.5 million. 2025 research from the Engage in Play study explicitly validates that local residents exhibit a highly distinct travel and active recreation patterns compared to the rest of the city. Specifically, Scona residents rely much less on personal vehicles, with only 57% using a car, truck, or van to travel to a recreation compared to 77% of a citywide baseline. This couples with a highly localized cycling rate of 34%, which is nearly triple the city average. Ultimately, this data supports long-term need for a multi-purpose hub that accommodates these active habits, allowing busy families to efficiently stack unstructured court, strength, and aquatic activities all within a single trip. Funding for the Rolling Miles Recreation Center would need to be considered against other growth, renewal, and replacement projects in the recreation facilities portfolio, but also against all citywide capital needs. Following the closure of Scona Pool, administration fulfilled the specific operational commitments made to the Strathcona High School swim team. Training was allocated to the Kingswood Sports Center for the 2022-23 season, and dedicated morning and afternoon shuttle transportation was provided Monday through Friday between the high school and the sports center for that initial season, concluding in November of 2022. This short-term arrangement was implemented to mitigate the unexpected operational cost impacts on the swim team while their active season was already underway. With those initial transportation measures finalized, the school program entered the regular municipal pool allocation framework for the 23-24 school year and has since been managed throughout the standard annual process applied to all local school divisions. Independent findings within the 2025 Engage a Place study on citywide recreation and sport needs provide long-term strategic justification for an eventual multi-purpose facility at the Rolling Miles District Park to support the dense central neighborhood and prevent service degradation. However, when prioritizing major capital projects, a distinction is needed between meeting basic needs right now and delivering the projects over the longer term. The city's current recreation strategy, the approach to community recreation facility planning in Edmonton, establishes an active, evidence-based basic commitment to ensuring all residents have access to indoor public recreation, which includes indoor aquatic opportunities, within 5 kilometers of their home. The strategy integrates equity and access citywide by shifting from a traditional area-based model to a resident-based model. By focusing on individual geographic proximity rather than fixed boundaries, it ensures that infrastructure investments are distributed fairly across neighborhoods. This is why administration is currently planning recreation facilities focused primarily on neighborhoods within the developing area of the city where the residents do not yet have access to a facility within a 5-kilometer radius of their home. As noted in the beginning of the presentation, the Capital Infrastructure Plan program helps to evaluate infrastructure and customer service levels, and as highlighted in the June 2026 update, indoor aquatic facilities were selected to demonstrate the application of the framework, providing a system-level view of the service gaps and overlaps. The initial assessment indicates that the service levels in the redeveloping areas, including where the proposed recreation center at Rolling Miles District Park is located, are currently achieved through existing facilities. Conversely, the mapping highlights the need for new facilities in developing areas where residents currently travel farther than the 5 kilometers. Therefore, despite the design readiness and strategic support, the project is not recommended as a priority investment at this time. The need for the Rolling Miles Rec Center should be considered as part of the larger infrastructure planning processes that are underway. The city's recreation strategy establishes an active, evidence-based commitment to ensure Edmontonians have access to indoor recreation within the 5 kilometers of their home. Spatial mapping demonstrates the Scona District fully achieves this service baseline through close proximity to the Kinzo Sports Center and the Confederation Leisure Center, and other facilities providing public access to aquatics like the University of Alberta. Under the Fiscal Gap Work Plan and the CIPP framework, growth capital must prioritize underserved developing areas where the basic 5 commitment is currently completely unmet. The completed design profile remains available as a shelf-ready asset for future capital budget cycles, and the report is submitted to committee for information only. That brings us to the end of our presentation, and thank you for your time. We're happy to take questions after you hear from your speakers.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jevney. We'll now go ahead and get our speakers in place. Joel Semenuk, and the clerk will show you to your seat. Dakota Diaz, online. Linda Purgus, Jenna Rogers, Christine Flame from Queen Alexandra Community League, Grace Flame, Tom Peterson, Katrina Semenak from Friends of Scona Rec, Kim Clegg, Friends of Scona Rec, Elaine Solez, Friends of Scona Rec, Monique Kanadiak, Jeff Papineau, Friends of Scona Rec, Catherine Carrier, Friends of Scona Rec, Kirsty Green, Friends of Scona Rec, Emily Vespi, Friends of Scona Rec, Melody Everest, Friends of Scona Rec, and Joseph Stasewich, Friends of Scona Rec. Okay, clerk, we're, okay, so Joel Semenuk, is he online, or? He couldn't make it today? Okay. So we will, and Dakota Diaz is online, someone said? Okay. So Dakota, if you're ready, did you have a presentation?
No, I just have a couple words to say.
Perfect, excellent. So you've got 5 minutes. If you want to
Okay.
begin, go ahead.
Thank you. So good morning, counselors. I'm a Kernan resident, and I graduated from Strathcona in June. This is my first time speaking to you. I used to take swimming lessons at the Strathcona pool. I was so excited to swim in the school that I would later attend, and when I heard about the Strathcona swim team legacy, that pushed me to want to join the swim team. I entered grade 10 shortly after the pool closed, and I decided to not join the swim team. The location change did not work with my schedule, and the morning traffic of having to cross 2 bridges just to get back to school was a hassle, and no one wanted to experience that. Classmates of mine joined the swim team, and ultimately, they decided to also leave the swim team due to the inconvenience of the Kinsman pool. The champions and success of the Skona swim team inspired all the students. At first, anyone could join, but that all changed when the pool was torn down. Removing easy access can destroy Skona's decades of hard work and athletic success. Therefore, I support the funding of a replacement for the Skona pool in the Rolling Miles district. Thank you.
Thank you, Dakota. Next, we have Linda Purgus. And did you have a presentation?
Yes, my name is Linda Purgus. I'd like to present my statement to the Friends of Skona Rec and to you. I have lived in the Queen Alexandra and Allendale neighborhoods for 40 years and had volunteered for Allendale Community League for about 20 years. Skona Pool was a sanctuary. My 3 children had learned to swim at the pool. In later years, they attended pool parties with friends and families thereof. Water safety for children and for people learning to swim is important. I have many anecdotes of the neighborhood for 40 years. I'll just present one quick one. I had attended the swimming pool on my own for relaxation and rejuvenation. In the 1990s, I was asked to participate in our corporate challenge triathlon. Our team consisted of a male runner, a male cyclist, and me, a female swimmer, because each team had to have at least one lady. I used Skona Pool for training, swimming lap after lap after lap. During the triathlon, I was in lane 6 of 6. In the lane next to me was a representative of either the Edmonton Police or Edmonton Fire Departments. I can't remember, it was the 1990s, but I do remember his arms were longer than my legs. He won, and I came in 4th. Skona Pool had many community events. When I went swimming by myself with my family, I found a wonderful aura of community where neighbors exchanged information or ideas or were simply having fun. The benefits of a recreation center include water safety, physical activity, mental wellness, and community spirit. In addendum, when Skona Pool was demolished, we were promised a replacement pool. I trust the city will keep its promise and proceed with the budget item. Kinsman Pool is not an option because I do not drive. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Jenna Rogers, did you have a presentation or just notes? Oh, sorry. Okay. Jenna, are you there? Clerk, are we seeing her?
I'm not seeing Jenna online.
Okay. All right, so then we'll go to Christine. Did you have a presentation?
No
Okay.
presentation.
All right, go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Dear committee, my name is Christine Flame, and I'm here today to represent the Queen Alexandra Community League as a current board member. After doing a bit of searching through our board documents, I'm able to tell you that the QACL has been an advocate and supporter of both the Skona Pool and the Rolly Miles Recreation Center since 2009, when the former Skona Pool was first initially closed. In the 17 years following the initial closure of the pool, the board has remained steadfast in its backing of the RMRC through its support of the Friends of Scona Rec community advocacy group in any and all means available to them. We firmly believe that replacing the Scona pool with the RMRC is the best way forward for the nearby communities, the local population, whom we've already heard are more likely to use active transport, and the city as a whole. In 2018, the board submitted a letter to City Council that did not support the funding of the Parkland Improvement Project at the Rolly Miles site, instead advocating for the funding of the design of the RMRC, which is what we have now, a saving of the city of $2.7 million to defer the parkland reconstruction until it could be done in conjunction with the construction of the RMRC. In 2019, the board was active in media interviews and regarding the importance of keeping the old Scona pool operational while funding the design and siting of the RMRC. All through the early 2020s and up until now, the QACL board remains committed to seeing the RMRC move forward, one slow step at a time, and will continue to advocate for this replacement facility for the benefit of all. On behalf of the board, we ask that this committee agree that too much time and money has been spent on this project to allow it to sit idle for the next 4 years or even permanently. Volunteer hours are in the thousands, and we have a whole new cohort of volunteers and community members from several local communities on board to continue the valuable work. Not supporting this project now disregards the incredible effort of the community over the past 17 years. We do not believe that this is the intent of city leadership to convey such a message to its engaged citizens. The city relies on public engagement, and we have shown an incredible amount of dedication here. Since I still have a bit of time, if I may speak on a personal note, I have 3 young children, all of whom love to swim, and as a personal swimmer myself, I cannot stress enough the importance of moving this project forward. I can tell you that to get my kids to swimming lessons, we've had to register in programs at Bonnie Doon, which is 5.2 kilometers away along White Ave and across the LRT line, at Confederation, which is 4.5 kilometers away but across the White Mud, Mill Woods, which is 10 kilometers away, and East Glen, which is 12.3 kilometers away. All of these rec centers require driving along major routes and often at peak times. This is a logistical nightmare for many parents, and we have skipped registering for lessons entirely if the locations are not feasible. For example, getting to Jasper Place at 5:30 p.m. takes longer to get there than the lessons themselves. The logistics of getting to and from Kidsman are equally bad, not to mention the parking there. Personally, I have not been able to consistently swim as I used to since the closure of Scona Pool. Again, the logistics are a huge barrier for a mom who works and is raising 3 kids. It came up recently in a conversation with a friend as we were out for a walk together that we both have the upcoming swimming registration opening, which is tomorrow, for those who don't know, saved in our phones, so we can be sure to get online as soon as possible to try and get our kids spots in a class that isn't too far away or at a terrible time. So what does that really say about access to recreation and programming in our city? We and so many of our neighbors who live in the central part of the city chose to do so with intention. We want to walk and bike where we can. My husband and daughter ride their bikes to work every day at the university and at Garneau School, and soon my younger daughter will start at Queen Alex School, where we will also walk every day. We can walk to the grocery store, we can ride to work and school, but we absolutely must drive to a rec center. Many of our friends do the same. We see them ride or walk to school, work, and daycare every day. Thousands of families live in our nearby neighborhoods. Think of the impact that a local recreation center would make on our lives and the reduction in car traffic it would also allow. We as a public have shown again and again our dedication and support of the project. If not the Rolly Miles project, then what? Which project fills this gap? This isn't just for our benefit, it's for everybody's benefit. Please support the Rolly Miles Recreation Center in your decision, and thank you for your time today.
And thank you very much, Christine. And next we have Grace Flame. And you've been here before speaking, haven't you? Or is this your first time?
First time.
All right. Well, I'll just let you know. I don't know if you've noticed the 3 lights on the little desk there. So you have 5 minutes. And you'll start with a green light. When you see the yellow light come on, that's kind of a warning that you've got 1 minute left. And when you see the red, that means time's up. Okay. So go ahead, please.
Hello, my name is Grace. And my name is Tom. We are here to show this committee our support for the Rolly Miles Rec Center. We would like a new recreation center because the pools we are currently using are kind of far away. So you can't walk or bike there and we always need to drive. Sometimes before or after a swim, you would like a bike ride or a walk. We haven't had a pool in our area for 4 years, so we would technically not be getting a new pool. We would be replacing the one that was previously there. We could do swim lessons there. We could do swim lessons there and public swim and not need to worry about driving or parking. If you played a sport, you could go and practice it at the rec center. I feel like people would use a local rec center way more than they do now, when they had to drive everywhere to use one. Me and Grace know lots of kids in the area, and they would all enjoy a rec center too. My siblings and I all love swimming, and we would enjoy a pool to use for birthday parties, public swim, and for swim lessons. I ride my bike to my community school every day, so why not have a community rec center I could also ride my bike to? Just think about all the happy faces that would enter and exit the rec center each day. The children of Queen Alex, Allendale, and all the surrounding neighborhoods, thank you for your time and for listening.
And thank you very much to both Grace Flame and Tom Peterson. Next we have Katrina Semenak. And, oh, you're up there in 10. Okay. Go ahead, please. Did you have a presentation?
No.
Okay.
Just a story.
Okay.
Good morning, Mayor Knack and all the councilors present here and online. My name is Katrina Semenak, and this is my first time speaking at a community services meeting. When I got married in 2011, we were looking for an affordable home close to the university where my husband was a student and close to downtown where I was teaching at St. Joe's. We found a newer duplex in Queen Alex, and more importantly, we found this community. We started having children and we thrived because of the people and the amenities that were here, making it a great place to live. Our neighbors are a diverse, welcoming bunch, and we helped the city rebuild Queen Alex Playground. We were consulted about bike lanes in front of our house. We would walk to our K-9 school, a public pool, a dance studio, and we could bike to the library and the river valley in the same amount of time. We had a community where infrastructure made it easy to be active. Walking to school and volunteering to coach soccer and family swim all furthered our involvement and increased our sense of belonging. This is exactly the kind of place I believe the city councils aim to create and protect, and I was bragging about it to everyone I knew on the other side of the river where I grew up. Unfortunately, some of the pieces that made this community so successful have been lost. The city closed our pool in 2022, and my school district closed our junior high. I'm here today because I don't think that this story has to end here. We are all part of this next chapter. The area is growing because of thoughtful infill. We've embraced the city's plans for growth, and we've demonstrated that higher density housing can create more vibrant, connected areas. Infill works best when accompanied by investment in infrastructure and amenities. We have done our part. We built a new house in Queen Alex. We're raising 4 children in the core. We work here, we volunteer here, and we continue to contribute to Scona District. Now we're asking the city to please help us pick up the ball. Continue investing here so that all of our children and hopefully their children can grow up in a neighborhood and in a city designed for wellness, connection, and hope. You've already started this work. In fact, since 2009, we've worked with you to generate positive news stories about community engagement. This came to a T when we heard about today's community services meeting and Councillor Jans's report. We decided to do something special. Let's throw a party, we said. I know it's summer and the community leagues kind of take a break, but it was worth a shot. I've been part of Friends of Scona Rec since the Scona Pool was reaching the end of its life cycle, but many of our new neighbors weren't aware of the legacy and the timeline. And there are so many new and enthusiastic people who want to be involved. With just 1 week of notice and the help of our neighborhood resource coordinator, we were able to throw a block party right at the future site of the Raleigh Miles Rec Center. She asked me to give her at least 3 weeks next time. But we invited the media, enjoyed tacos and snow cones, we wore swim fashions, and met other eager families from Aldergrove, Allendale, Belgravia, Calder, Gorneau, Greenfield, McKernan, Pleasant View, Park Allen, Queen Alex, Ritchie, Strathcona, and Westridge, and Windsor Park. We counted 150 people of all ages and backgrounds at our party, and only one week of notice during the most beautiful Wednesday night of this damp summer. Each person there was connected by the fact that they will benefit from a little pool right here along Calgary Trail and 71st Avenue. Truth be told, some of our neighbors were surprised that we're still advocating for this funding. They thought it was already a work in progress, having attended your Post-it note engagement sessions, having read the positive What We Heard report, and seeing the beautiful online renderings of this facility. We're so grateful for all of that, you guys. We thank you a million times over for all the care and creativity thus far. And it seems that this replacement fits really well into the recreational timelines that the managers had reported on the beginning of today's agenda item. We got so much momentum feeding into this project, and your councils have done way too much work to pause any longer. This isn't simply about replacing a building, but about investing in all of these people and families for the future of our city, and just know we're on your side. Fund the detailed design and let's replace this pool once and for all. We're asking you for the help to write this next 4-year chapter. I thank you so much for the opportunity to speak to you today.
And thank you very much, Katrina. I think that brings us almost to noon here, so we'll stop the speakers now, and we'll recess and return at 1:30 to hear from everybody else and complete the item. Thank you. the public speakers. So before we continue, I want to remind everyone of the respectful behavior expectations required while participating in this meeting, both in person and virtually. Hearing from the public is an important part of Council's process that provides us with the opportunity to hear the full diversity of options that exist in our community. As meeting chair, my role is not to moderate the nature of content being discussed, but to ensure behavior support a safe, respectful, and neutral space for my colleagues, city employees, and the public. Disrespectful comments, including the use of profane language or gestures, and behavior such as shouting, cheering, or clapping will not be tolerated. As well, any use of the raise hand feature, chat, emoticon response, or AI note-taking tools in the virtual meeting are not permitted. I will direct the clerk to have security remove anyone violating these expectations, and they will not be permitted to rejoin the meeting. I'll not provide any additional warnings. This meeting is being live streamed, and everyone is welcome to watch online. Thank you. So we'll continue on with our public speakers now. I think we have Kim Clegg with Friends of Scona Rec.
Hello. Hi, yeah, sorry, I was going to have a presentation for you, but we had some technical problems. My fault. I'm not able to show you that today, but I'll try and supply it to you at a future date. I really want to thank you for the opportunity to speak today on this incredibly important issue. I've been involved with this campaign about 15 years, but the story begins far before that. This project has been of great significance and interest in the South Central communities for decades. Hundreds of people, thousands of volunteer hours, thousands of hours of engagement with the city on so many levels. It has been a huge effort and a massive shared journey for 20 years. I'm sure members of this committee are well aware of the story of Scona Pool and the Rolling Miles Rec Center, but I wanted to quickly go over the history of this for those who aren't. The importance of Scona Pool was demonstrated when the push to reopen it and keep it open past its end of life resulted in many extra years of access. But as the years went by, it became apparent that the pool was no longer going to be able to stay open indefinitely, and the plan to replace it became top of mind. The vision of an upgraded Rolling Miles Park was brought forward in 2013, and it was soon realized that the new facility to replace Scona Pool would need to be an integral part of this plan. Many meetings and consultations in subsequent years and truly meaningful engagement on behalf of the city led us forward with the idea of a new rec center to replace Scona Pool. The Rolling Miles Rec Center was proposed as a small-scale facility that could serve area communities while being perfectly placed on a major commuter thoroughfare convenient for residents of additional South Edmonton communities. The proposed location is ideal for the walking, biking, and transit-oriented residents of the South Central communities. Community members worked side by side with many departments of the city, and the level of engagement was notable. A specific example being the Rec Center workshop held at Scona High School, where stakeholders from the area, as well as students from the school, participated in a design workshop to focus in on what kind of rec center was needed. And engagement on the design phase was thorough and detailed, and we were thrilled with the outcome. So, the video I was going to show you was a retrospective of the Friends of Scona Recs many years, and we had a lot of pictures in there. And the pictures are now part of the history of this push to get Scona Pool replaced. There's people carrying babies in those photos, and those babies have now graduated from high school. And there are several people in there that were instrumental in keeping Scona Pool open and pushing for a replacement that they have passed away in the meantime. So we are really worried about the amount of work that we've put into this fading. We can't let all this passion, volunteer work, community sweat, and advocacy to be forgotten. Rolling Miles needs to move forward. We would like to see the project roll into its next phase of design so that once money is available, the project is shovel-ready and we can get it built. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Kim. Next we have Elaine Soles.
Good afternoon. As you've heard, Friends of Scona Rec has been working on a basic compact rec center to replace Scona Pool for a decade and a half, and we're eager to see this important facility advance. We're very appreciative that previous councils have invested in planning a rec center as part of the Rolling Miles Park master plan. We are pleased that the report acknowledges the need to refurbish and replace older rec facilities in established areas of the city like the Scona District, where the population is increasing as a result of council's successful infill policies as well as build new facilities as the city grows on the outskirts. The fabulous new Coronation Rec Center, along with the renovated Hemingway Pool, is in another district, is an example of the former, but of course on a much grander scale than what is planned for our area. The report also acknowledges that the Rolling Miles Rec Center would improve access to indoor recreation in Scona, in addition to increasing capacity overall by taking pressure off other facilities. Its prominent location on 104th Street Calgary Trail is ideal for both purposes. On a personal note, in recent years, I've regularly been using and putting pressure on the busy pool at Mill Woods Rec Center. I often hear about how crowded the Meadows and Terwilliger are. So this is obviously needed. We're also pleased that the report acknowledges a point we've made to Council before. The 5-kilometer distance for basic indoor recreation access, which is met for Scona District by Kinsman at the north end and Confederation beyond the district's southern boundary, may be less appropriate for our area than for other parts of Edmonton. That's because a much smaller proportion of Scona residents use personal vehicles and a much larger proportion get around by bicycle or walking. Moreover, Kinsman is in the River Valley and Confed is south of the Whitemud. Both are difficult to access by active transportation or even transit. The best time to build the rec facility at Rolling Miles Park was before Scona Pool closed in 2022. The next best time is now. Our ask, of course, is for construction funding so that the facility can open in about 5 years or so. But recognizing the city's fiscal pressures, however, providing $8 to $10 million in the next 4-year budget for detailed design would continue moving the rec center forward. We're also open to discussing residential or commercial building above the rec center surface parking lot, if that would help move the project along and provide additional revenue to get this done. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elaine. Next we have Monique Knadiak. Is Monique online? Oh, that was you with the little one. Okay, go ahead, please. You have got 5 minutes.
Hi, thank you. Good afternoon, council members. My name is Monique Knadiak, and I've been a resident of Ward Papastu for 10 years now. This is my first time speaking, and I thank you so much for this opportunity. Today, I'm asking council to fully fund Rolling Miles Project now in this budget cycle. I grew up actually in Rocky Mountain House with a small pool facility about the same footprint as this small pool recreation center that we're proposing today. I have fond memories of working my way through the color levels to earn those iconic cloth badges. I kept failing green, but anyways, I digress. My family later moved to Edmonton in support of housing next to Millbourne Mall. We struggled through houselessness, addiction, and other hard transitions that eventually led us to losing my sister to fentanyl overdose. I often think about what made our lives turn out so differently. Sports and recreation come up a lot when I reflect on that. In those early elementary years, I'd take a bus or catch a ride with friends to community swims at Millwoods Rec Center, a way to escape reality of my home, even just for a small moment. I'm convinced that staying out of trouble, finding real community, came in part from swimming regularly. Now I'm a mom of 2. Claire is 9 months old and here with me today. Leon is nearly 4. And I had a bit of a traumatic birth with my first, which led to severe postpartum depression and anxiety, bad enough that I was hospitalized. With my second, I really wanted to do things differently. So I signed up. Once I was cleared to work out, I signed up for stroller workouts at Kinsman, the facility that is being used to say that we have aquatic recreation in our community, and the nearest facility to me. It was December and I packed up my 8-week-old and headed to class. Kinsman is huge. I had to park near the back of the parking lot with huge snowdrifts to navigate with a stroller and a small child trying to keep warm. The ramp leading up to Kinsman is very steep, and luckily a city worker who was clearing snow helped me navigate my stroller to get into the facility. And eventually when I was in the class, it was warm and welcoming and definitely the social interaction that I needed for the day. Unfortunately, I only made it to 2 stroller sessions because the ramp and navigating parking and the drive was just too much for me. So I ended up working out YouTube videos in my basement with my small baby. It was a little bit isolating, but better than nothing. Now that my kids are older, we want them in swimming lessons. Kinsman doesn't offer any. The nearest option is Terwilliger, and anybody that's navigated booking City of Edmonton lessons knows how hard that is. We ended up in private pool in Riverbend instead. I feel fortunate that we have that option, but I know that a small pool in our own neighborhood would serve us so much better. My son loves the water and he hates the drive. I wish this money was going to the City of Edmonton, to be honest with you, instead of supporting a private recreation facility. My family isn't an isolated case. Our mature neighborhoods are growing fast, and the need for accessible recreation is growing with that. Looking at construction permits from 2021 to present across 9 neighborhoods around this proposed site, Allendale, Garneau, Hazeldean, McKernan, Park Allen, Pleasant View, Queen Alex, Ritchie, and Strathcona, we estimate 3,577 new net housing units have been added. 1,164 of those are in the 4 neighborhoods immediately surrounding this site. At the city's average of 2.5 people per household, that's close to 9,000 new neighbors in this area since 2021. 9,000 new neighbors whose health and wellness depend on promises this council made to our community. Fund Rolling Miles now for the neighbors we have today and the generations still to come. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think someone's calling for you. Good timing. Excellent. Next we have up Jeff Papineau, Friends of Scona Rec.
Hi there.
Hi.
Yes, Jeff Papineau. I'm with Friends of Scona Rec. I'm in Allendale, and I've been in that area since about 1995 when I was at university. I have one child at Scona High School and one that just finished, both of them post-pool. And what I really want to drive at today is a little bit about the 5-kilometer threshold for recreation facilities and how perhaps that should be reconsidered. And I think back to 2009 when Friends of Scona Pool was just getting off the ground. We had little ones in swimming lessons, and it was always a challenge to get a spot. So we wound up at all the different facilities on the side of the city. And for us, Kinsman was a pretty reliable spot. But as other people have said, we found it to be a great facility, but a real ordeal to get there and back. And it was a certainty that we would have to drive our car, and that meant we would have to park, and then we'd have to get from the parking lot to the stairs and up and in and down the stairs and onto the deck. Once we were there, it was fine. But the return trip was very much the same, except we would have to cross the river, make our way across the bridge, and get home. So it was a real hike. When we got around to doing swimming lessons at Scona, of course, there were some trade-offs. We had to endure the draftiness and those really spiky, prickly floors and everything else, but we had a lot more in terms of options for how we traveled, and it was a lot easier to get out the door and into the pool. But we also benefited from the fact that our classes were full of our neighbors and their children, and we were able to help each other out with things like transportation and supervision, and this allowed us and our neighbors to do things like run to the grocery store, or pick up a kid, or even sit in the sauna for a little bit. And I think the report uses the phrase stacking tasks for people who can do all of that at a single facility, and that's exactly what we were doing. So although Kinsman and Scona Pool are both within the 5-kilometer limit for recreational facilities, the experience of a rec center that is based in a neighborhood offers the experience that involves a lot less stress and a lot more opportunity for connection. I've lived in the Scona Pool catchment area for over 30 years, and we've been able to raise our family of 4 with a single vehicle. And a big part of this comes from the fact that we live in a relatively complete neighborhood. And now, with the rapid increase of infill and densification, we are seeing more people and more families in our neighborhood, and that's great. We love it. And meanwhile, our friends from the neighborhood from over the decades that we've been with all along are starting to move towards retirement and grandkids and thinking about what comes next. What's bringing people into the core neighborhoods and keeping them there is this relative completeness and ease of living a less car-dependent life. And as these changes come to our neighborhood, we need to make this more neighborhood, or what it takes to make this neighborhood complete continues to evolve. And now it's time to evolve from Scona Pool to Scona Rec. And I plan to age in the community where I currently live, and my children are getting to the age where they will soon be out on their own. And I'm pleased that we have access to so many different housing options, and housing prices remain relatively affordable around where I live. And I'd love it if they felt that they could live in Edmonton and that they could live in a core neighborhood like mine. I acknowledge that the city is faced with many difficult choices about how to allocate funds across the city. And this project is worthy of consideration because not only does it serve residents, but it fits so well into the city plan that was adopted about fostering the 15-minute communities. I think you all are familiar with the plan. So I just want to close and say thank you to Michael Jans for bringing this up and making these inquiries. To everybody else who came to speak, knowing that we're not having any votes today, but they're here to show their support. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time today. Catherine Carrier is next. Catherine, are you there?
Hi.
Hi.
Go
just
ahead. Checking, is my microphone working?
Yep, I can hear you well. Thank you. Go ahead, you've got 5 minutes.
Hi. Hello, thanks for the opportunity to speak with you today. This is my first time speaking. My name's Catherine, and I'm a mother of 2 children. I have a 4-year-old and a 7-month-old. We live in a cozy house, 1952 in Queen Alexandra. I'm here to speak with you on why the Rolly Miles Rec Center is so important to families like mine. When my youngest was born, I was so fortunate to not experience the same level of postpartum distress and loneliness that I did with my oldest. By the time she was born, we had developed a close community with our neighbors. People were checking in on us. We had easy social interactions that didn't involve me having to pack up a crying newborn and drive across the city. And those relationships were all fostered by us having outdoor summer community spaces where we got to meet our neighbors and make friends. Places such as the Queen Alex Park or Park Allen Park, all of these developed relationships with our neighbors. This is not something that we have when it comes to drop-in swimming or lessons. We have to do all of this by driving to pools across the city. It means that we're not running into our community members at the pool. It means that we're not meeting the parents of our children's friends, and we're not building community. I don't think I'm alone in feeling this way. We raise our kids somewhere where we can walk and ride our bicycles to meet the people that we know and live with. So spaces where we can recreate together are so important. They're preventative of future problems. It's like good dental hygiene. We do it now and we stop bad things from happening. Neighborhoods where we know and trust each other are essential in creating safe communities. Just one moment, sorry. So sorry. There's research showing that neighborhoods with collective efficacy, where people know each other and are willing to help one another, have lower rates of violence, not just better vibes. I'm sorry, that did not help. So sorry.
Totally understandable. Keep going.
So communities where we know each other are safer communities. And when we know each other's faces, when we're walking to meet each other and actually getting to know people who we actually live with, this is a better thing. A walkable community center is exactly the kind of thing that does this. And it fits in with the way that people in our neighborhoods and our communities are already trying to live, walking, and bike riding everywhere. We also know winter is coming. We need indoor spaces for our children and us to gather, move, and connect. Rolling Miles can be the place for thousands of us to do this, and it would restore something that we lost when Scona Pool closed. This is a real way to support mothers like me. They say about raising children, it takes a village. So we need a place for our village to gather. On behalf of my kids and on behalf of my amazing neighbors, I'm asking you to support moving Rolling Miles forward in the upcoming 4-year capital budget plan. Thank you so much for the opportunity to talk today.
And thank you, and for the little ones' help. Okay, next we have Kirsty Green.
Hi, I'm here.
Hi, okay,
Hi.
go ahead. Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Good morning, or afternoon rather, members of committee. I'm Kirsty Green. Thanks for the opportunity to talk today. My slide one basically shows some homework I did over the last few days. I mapped out 80 real addresses of houses, real houses within the area of Scona, and did a little bit of a deep dive into transit times to the Rolly Miles and to their alternative facility. I think we often talk about infrastructure in terms of capital costs and radius circles on a map, but today I wanted just to talk a little bit about how infrastructure actually shapes human lives, communities, and the daily habits of our residents, some of which you've really heard about today already. I want to actually share you the story of a friend of mine, Becky Seck, a long-time resident of Allendale. Her family's experience perfectly connects the raw numbers that I have on this data sheets that are coming up to the explicit policy goals that council has. When Becky's family first moved into Allendale, they weren't looking for high-performance athletics or anything like that. They just enrolled their 3 kids into synchronized swimming at Scona Pool because there was synchronized swimming at Scona Pool. The pool didn't just teach her kids how to swim. It's just a short walk away. They built community around that swimming pool, around synchronized swimming. Becky became actually the president of that swim club board, and her family became deeply plugged into their local community league. They crossed paths daily with other families. They built a social safety net that keeps, really we know that keeps cities resilient. As Becky puts it, community hubs build community. She's the first one to say that the old facility was far from perfect. You had to ring a doorbell at the back and enter through an office just to get a stroller or walker inside. It lacked a hot tub. The water was often chilly for small children, and yet the neighbourhood packed that pool because it was there. When the city permanently closed Scona Pool in 2022, it didn't just close a tank of water, it ripped out a social anchor that the neighbourhood had. The new families moving into the infill housing in Queen Alexandra, Allendale, Park Allen deserved those exact same community benefits. But right now, they're really, the slides I'm going to show that there really is nowhere to go. Could you go to slide 2, please? The first journey, I want to show you 2 journeys. The first journey is what I like to call the topography trap. It really is a bit of a reality check for city planning. Admin will tell you that the neighbourhoods, including where I live in Windsor Park, are already adequately served because the Kinsman Sports Centre or even the Peter Hemingway Pool are within 5 kilometres or just around 5 kilometres from where we live. But the map lies about gravity. I can tell you that Kinsman Hill and Groat Road are both excruciatingly grueling hills to walk or climb or push a buggy or a stroller or a walker or a bike or anything. Now back to Becky. Her husband recently suffered, unfortunately, a serious injury and desperately needs a pool and a gym for exercise therapy. The drive to Kinsman is indirect. Returning forces him, all of us, right back into the gridlock of downtown commute. He wants to bike there. The pathways are technically on the map, but for someone recovering from an injury or a senior with a walker or a child on a tricycle, that climb up that steep River Valley Road is a physical wall. On some days, even the massive concrete stairs down to Kinsman are an impossible barrier. And because of that hill, for many in our south central neighbourhoods, a healthy, active lifestyle is replaced by forced car dependency, a transit commute that often requires changing buses or an LRT, perhaps a long walk as the max part of that transit journey, or isolation. Becky's adult children living at home in Allendale don't feel the time on transit down into the valley is worth the trip to a pool. They would feel completely different if there was a flat land facility in the neighbourhood plateau. In Windsor Park, as you can see, the challenge is just the same. It looks like an easy trip. It ain't no easy trip. Next slide is the other issue, which I like to call the highway barrier or the white mud freeway obstacle. I could literally make a movie out of this, probably. These are different chapters. If the Valley Hill is a barrier to the north, the White Mud Freeway is an equally dangerous barrier to the south, forcing local families across a high-speed, several-lane commuter road just to access a swimming lesson is a logistical and safety failure. It completely contradicts city goal of building our 15-minute walkable, commutable communities. So if we go down to the next slide, yeah, so I don't know if you can read that very well, but it basically shows the two journeys. There's the real world barrier versus the Rolly Miles fix. The two journeys on your screen sums up the problem with our two facilities. How much? Oh, I've got no time left. Shoot. Anyway, I've got a lot of data in that slide. Please, next few slides, there's lots of data. Please look at it in your time.
Okay, or one of us may have questions for you.
Okay,
to let
for
you
sure.
finish. Okay, awesome. Okay, sorry, that was Emily, right? No, that was Kirsty. So Emily Vespi next. Is Emily online?
Hi, I'm here.
Okay, great. You've got 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, counselors. Thanks for the opportunity to speak today on behalf of Scona Rec. My name is Emily Vespi. I'm a 20-year resident of Scona District, and I currently live in Queen Alexandra. I wanted to start by acknowledging the reality of the city's infrastructure debt. We don't have enough money to fund everything we would like to do. And I appreciate that this puts council in a difficult position deciding where to place facility funding. And even with those fiscal constraints, the city has identified preserving access as a priority. And that requires investing in facility renewal, not just new facilities in new growth areas. In areas experiencing increased density, infill housing, high levels of transit and active transportation use, and high rec facility use, older facilities need to be maintained and replaced to preserve access. And this was the plan for Scona Pool. This is not a new facility. This is a replacement facility, which was decommissioned in 2022. And we're asking council to follow through on the plan that was developed in the early 2010s and then reaffirmed in 2018 and again in 2022. In the last budget cycle, council was juggling responding to COVID, and the community understood that priorities had to shift elsewhere. Scona District communities should not have to fall on the sword again during this budget cycle. Administration's recommendation to prioritize new facilities in other areas of the city while delaying funding for Rolly Miles doesn't solve the budget issue. It simply pushes the problem down the road. We got into this position in part because of renewal shortfalls. The original investment needed to keep Scona Pool operational many years ago was $6 million. Today, the cost estimate is $138 million. Not to mention the millions that have already gone into this project in planning and community consultation. Continuing to delay investment means construction costs continue to increase with inflation at the same time that other facilities age and maintenance costs rise. It also signals to all of the other high-density communities serviced by aging facilities in mature areas that the city's commitment to retain access to aquatic facilities actually means that they will have to drive further, face overcrowding, and endure long wait times to get to those same services. As Christy pointed out so eloquently, 5 kilometers is not the actual distance I have to travel to get into a pool. Our city is growing rapidly, and Scona District is seeing an increase in infill. The estimate Monique gave, I think, was over 3,500 new units in just 9 of the 12 neighborhoods that is serviced by Rolly Miles. And where we're seeing we're seeing resident groups forming to push back against that infill and organize through things like restrictive covenants. Those people are scared. They are worried others will take space away from them and that their lifestyle will change. But I know, and you know, that the tax dollars from those infill properties are what makes it possible to fund renewal projects like Rolly Miles. When council delays funding, it proves to those skeptics that there isn't a good trade-off for them to support increased housing. If we want people to support infill, and I do, we need to give people the opportunity to see the benefits it brings, and that includes, at a bare minimum, preserving their service access. Our kids, seniors, and young people have been waiting 17 years for the city to move forward with this facility. My 4-year-old asked me on the weekend if she could have her birthday party at the new pool. I'd like to see this facility built before she's too old to want a pool party anymore. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Melody Everest.
Hi there. I hope everyone can hear me okay. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here. I moved into the Queen Alexandra neighborhood 7 years ago from further out in Millwoods. And I moved here largely for the walkability and to have schools that my kids could walk to and develop local friendships in. So when I think about the Rolling Miles project, I'm going to be touching on a lot of the same points as people have already mentioned. You know, the density here is a bonus in that there's people here that can support projects like this. I think probably we're in more supportive bike lanes than almost anywhere else in the city. But along with that, I think there's some other perspectives as well I want to bring here. As a small business owner and a parent, I can tell you that whenever I take my kids out to Terwilliger, I have 3 children. Almost every time we go, they're going to try to hit me up for lunch or drinks on our way home. And I don't always cave in, but probably 1 time out of 3 I do. And that's money that could stay in small local businesses around where we live, right? That's not that those businesses further out don't also deserve our business, but the ones that are in our community are also people who live and work in our community, the owners and the employees. And it'd be nice to kind of keep some of that centrally with us as well. However, the main point that I would like to talk about, and it's one that I haven't really heard addressed so much, is I'm the parent of a neurodivergent special needs teenager. And for us, a smaller pool facility close in the neighborhood would make, I think, an outsized difference in our lifestyles. My daughter is a teenager and she is able to have some level of independence at this point, but right now there's no way that she could get herself from Queen Alexandra out to Meadows or to Terwilliger to go swimming. If there was, and if Raleigh Mills came through, she could definitely go to that pool. She could go there and she could attend with friends from the neighborhood. It's also helpful for people who have sensory issues like she does to not be in such a huge facility, both to navigate getting into the right place once she's at the facility, but also dealing with the overcrowding that you sometimes find when you go to Terwilliger or Meadows or Mill Woods. So a smaller facility that's maybe not quite as congested would really make a difference to us. And along with that, and kind of, with that space, there's the ability for her to easily meet with people she knows, and fostering that independence would make a very big difference to us. It's not very feasible for her to go to Kinsman or Meadows or even Confederation. And I think that maybe some people, for accessibility reasons, it's those 15-minute communities aren't the same sort of 15 minutes. And like that's been touched on before. But in places where people drive more routinely, they're probably still going to drive, even if it's a kilometer. Whereas here in this neighborhood where we're used to biking and walking, a kilometer is much more likely to be something that people will not necessarily need to park at. So I know this wasn't something I really have a lot of statistics or anything to back up with, but I wanted to offer a perspective you maybe haven't heard yet. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Melody. And next we have Joseph Staswich?
Statsevich.
Statovich?
Close.
Okay. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Aaron Rutherford, for moving this ahead in the agenda today. I'm regrettably on the wrong side of the lunch break, and I've now lost half a day's pay to be here to speak, but it is worth it to me to have my voice heard. My name is Joseph, and I, with my wife and 3 children, live in the Queen Alexandra neighborhood on 78th Avenue, and my 3 children are 9, 6, and 4. For many families, Scona Pool was a facility that allowed you to be active and close to home within our community. Since the closure in 2022, we have lost that ability to be active close to home. It has now become not unusual to run into familiar faces at pools, except it's no longer within the community, and it's often a drive to somewhere else in the city. We've become a swimmer's diaspora, if you will. Speaking for my family, a family swim is one of the easiest and most affordable activities and bonding experiences that we can enjoy together, teaching them the life skill of swimming. One of my wife and I's first swimming experience as parents when our first child was young, was at the Kinsman Center, and I asked the lifeguard if they had any floaties or toys, to which he responded, "This is not a family facility." So let that one sink with you for a second. So whether we take a 20-minute drive to the Meadows or Terwilliger, the family facility, or now that we've enrolled our children in the programs at Kinsman, our experiences are quite as follows. It's often a rush to get to the pool. It's a scrum for parking, and often in the overflow, and at Kinsman, the overflow is in a field. We have to navigate through a parking lot where other cars are trying to park with the kids in tow, scan to get in, wait in the lines to purchase passes, or wait just to get into the facility. Through hallways and corridors, try not to bump into people, especially with the family facilities, just obtaining a locker can be a difficult task. Then we get into the pool, and it's often crowded. Then inverse that on our way out. Aside from the specifics of this being a pool, the experience is often similar to being at 91st Costco, but without the hot dog on the way out. Family swims, we now have to plan for crowding. So we either go early or we go not at all. This philosophy was put to the test during the aquatic outage at the Meadows last year. We went to Terwilliger early, and when we finished before noon, there was a lineup of several dozen people waiting, no admittance to the pool. I, as a parent, if I would have saw that line, I would have turned around and told my children and said, sorry, maybe next time. We have lived in this area for nearly the 20 years that we've lived in Edmonton, and we enjoy the walkability and being less reliant on our vehicles. We have one family vehicle, and I drive a small Japanese Kai truck just for commuting. We walk, bike, and use public transit as often as we can. For these reasons, I support infill development. Where I live between 76th Avenue, White Avenue, and between Calgary Trail and 109th Street, just in the last couple months, 325 units have been completed, are being built, or proposed this year, and that's not including the future phases of the HAT or any of the buildings that the Rentex has had torn down. If we continue with this growth without the Scona pool replacement, we are figuratively throwing a rock into a pool, and those waves will be felt throughout the city. As the population grows, the rocks and the waves will get bigger and bigger, adding pressure to all of our existing facilities. If we lose one of the existing facilities for maintenance or other reasons, we can be in a serious issue of where will the people go. Building without parking, but we're also being asked to drive across the city. Being busy is a good thing, and it shows the desire to use these facilities, but we're becoming crowded, and it's why it's very important that we get this replacement going. Now, I understand as counselors, you all have difficult decisions to make, and I thank you very much for hearing my experiences at our facilities.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's see, Councillor Rutherford?
Councillor Wright, I believe we have a speaker online now that was not available before lunch, Jenna Rogers.
Jenna, okay, all right, if she's ready to go. Jenna, are you there?
Yes, hello everybody.
Hi, okay, you've got 5 minutes.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Jenna Rogers and I use she, her pronouns. I'm sorry I was late to the party. I am a resident of Pleasant View in Ward Papastew and a parent to 2 young boys aged 3 and 5. And our family, like many other families here, would very much enjoy the proposed recreation center at Rollie Miles Park for many of the reasons that have already been outlined. What I want to address is my personal relationship to Edmonton. I was born in this city and I grew up in Sherwood Park and in Edmonton. And I found my way back into the city, attending high school at Victoria Composite and post-secondary at the University of Alberta, where I served on Lister Hall Council with Councillor Jans. After undergrad, I moved away to attend graduate school and have had the pleasure of living in Amsterdam, Helsinki, Toronto, and Calgary before returning home to Edmonton just last spring, 2025. I wanted to be back in the city where I was raised to raise my young family. Yes, I wanted to be close to some of my extended family who still live here, but I also know that Edmonton is a world-class city. I love that Edmonton is organized around neighborhoods and that the Edmonton Federation of Community Leagues is exceptionally strong and truly unique from other cities that I've lived in. It plays a large part in the way that our neighborhoods get to know one another and the way that our citizens connect. We chose to live in Pleasant View in part because of our exceptional community league, but also because of its proximity to other walkable and cyclable community centers. We attend daycare in Allendale, we start kindergarten in Park Allen, and we play soccer jointly with Pleasant View and Lendrum community leagues. All of these vibrant, active, engaged communities have families who will benefit from the proposed Raleigh Miles Recreation Center. And to continue to be a world-class city, we need world-class resources. And as our neighbors continue, as our neighbors consider densification strategies and we welcome new community members in, we must have the services to meet these needs. A vibrant community hub is just what this city needs to continue to invest in. A place where people can gather, a place that continues to encourage living a healthy and creative life. It's also an opportunity for the city to understand how new facilities can respond to climate change pressures. And in yet another unprecedented year of unusual weather, this sort of project is not only exciting, but a necessary investment in our future. I'm also a theater artist. I'm a director and the artistic director of Theater Network, which you might know as the Roxy Theater in Ward O'Daman. And I know firsthand the importance of gathering people together in forming the story that makes up our civic identity. Oral tradition is a part of how we pass on culture and share communities with our families, with our neighborhoods, and with our growing and diversifying population. So please consider investing in this new recreation center at Raleigh Miles Park as an investment in Edmonton's story. It can be a central part of convincing young, diverse, talented, professional humans to make Edmonton their home in the way that I chose to return here in the thick of my professional life. I want everyone to think of Edmonton as a vibrant world-class city with innovative and clean energy approaches, to think of Edmonton as a city with exceptional services where a diversity of people feel welcomed and want to gather, to live, to work, and to play. Thank you.
Thank you, Jenna. And let's see, we're just missing one other, Joel Semenuk. He hasn't come online or anything. Okay. All right. Seeing that Councillor Jans has to leave here, if you want to go ahead and ask your question, please. Questions?
Thank you so much, Councillor Rutherford and the committee for hearing me. First of all, thank you to all the speakers and all the babies. I said to my colleagues, I said, if you don't fund it now, we're going to fill this chamber with babies. So help me make good on that. Just going, if I may go to guest Soles first. So we've, amazing. We've been through this conversation about a pool, about a rec center, about there was a report before I was on council about potentially selling the land and doing like a development. Am I remembering this correctly? I'm potentially doing like an apartment building with a pool. There's been other partnership conversations, I think, with the YMCA and others, and I don't know, I see Kim nodding as well too, but could somebody help just with the institutional memory piece here? What other, like we've exhausted all other options, I think. Could you elaborate?
We did exhaust options. We looked at alternative, I think it was called alternative funding sources, and admin can perhaps answer some questions on that as well. And it was the kind of thing that wasn't going to provide, the things that considered at that point weren't going to provide the kind of revenue that would be needed to replace it, to fund it outside of the normal way that rec centers are funded from the tax base and borrowing and so forth. But I don't think we particularly talked about the residential component and the whether whether a market housing built above the surface parking lot, that might be something worth exploring.
Okay.
And as we go forward. Now, I know the pool is supposed to have, or the building, the rec facility is supposed to have solar panels, and the parking lot is south of the building, but the solar panels could go on a building, a south-facing building, as opposed to the rec center itself. I mean, I don't think that's, you could still get solar energy.
Yeah.
With a different configuration.
I mean, with a site this large, we could look at geothermal or other options as well too. That's
possibly, yes.
That's certainly there.
Yeah.
Kim, I saw you nodding as well too. Did you want to elaborate on other avenues or doors knocked?
No, I think Elaine explained it, but yeah, we did speak with council and several times about those different options of funding, like even talking about a regional, like a area levy. And then we were even spitballing, like, what about doing like a home lottery, and the lottery, like the full house lottery type style thing where you would actually raise money for the rec center. So that's not gonna happen, I know, but it was just, we were just trying to think of everything possible. Ultimately, the city said, you know what, we're just gonna pull this back and we're gonna plan to fund it the traditional manner. Because I know some of the public, working with some of these different models haven't always been exactly how we hoped it would be. So
Yeah.
that was kind of the last we heard about that.
And finally, with the conversation about scaling, if council says, okay, we're only going to do a pool, is that like, what is the? I heard everybody. It seemed to be swimming. Aquatics was the major focus of today. Could you elaborate on that as well?
I can do that. I think aquatics is a major focus because whatever is built should have a pool, and the pool is what was taken away. For a couple of reasons, one being that the city doesn't particularly build standalone facilities anymore, and the fact that people are busy and want to stack activities. That the word stacking was used in the report. Multitasking or what, someone wants to go to the fitness room while somebody else is in the pool, and something else is going on somewhere else. So that it's important to have a variety of activities, but within a compact footprint, because that isn't it isn't a large space. We don't have the kind of space that Coronation Park did, for example. So that's the reason there. And then one other thing, the naming thing doesn't provide enough revenue.
Yeah, it's small. Well, I'm committed to continue to work with you. We'll keep knocking on every door and figure out how to advance this. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, thank you. I want to go to Jeff because, I'm going to put a little bit of context, I guess, for all of the speakers, but I'm going to start my questions to Speaker Jeff Papineau. So on June 24th, there was a report that came to Infrastructure Committee. I'm sure most of you are at least familiar with it because it did talk about pools and gave different scenarios. Was anyone on the panel familiar with that report? Yeah, I'm seeing you. So in that report, it said, scenario 1, do nothing. So we don't fund renewal, we don't fund any growth. Would see the closure of 4 more pools. Scenario 2 said maintain current service levels, and that would cost us $500 million, would save 2 closures. Scenario 3, and scenario 2 is based on the kilometer, so I wanted to push back on the kilometer thing because there's 2. There's scenario 2 is on distance, and then scenario 3 is on population and service level by population. Scenario 3 for maintaining service level by population would cost $1 billion and see those 4 pools renewed plus the addition of 1, 2, 3, 4 new pools, but it would be $1 billion. And then scenario 4 is when the first time they're recommending Rolly Miles would be $1.9 billion and would see plus 13 net new pools with the renewal and keeping and maintaining those 4. And I bring this up, like it's a long introduction, but like this is just with rec facilities. That same meeting showed that we are about $957 million short on our ideal renewal amount for facilities, city facilities, writ large. I bring this up because this is where I struggle. Like we could make it 2 kilometers from a person's home. We already are going to struggle to meet 5 kilometers of that service to Edmontonians. So how do you square that with what you're asking for today, with sort of the information that is coming down the barrel at us?
How do I square?
Yeah, how would you justify what you're asking for with prioritizing Rolling Miles with the information that I've just shared?
Well, I think that's a very big question to
Yeah.
ask me.
Yeah.
I would say that if we still had a pool, we wouldn't have this problem. But we don't have a pool now.
Yeah.
And the level of service that we had has now dipped below where it was, and the population has increased. So, you know, at one time, that measure of 5 kilometers was 2.5 kilometers, and that changed as well,
Yeah.
right? So I think that everybody has been understanding that we've got to be patient and that we've got to be flexible. And it did come up.
Yeah.
In
But with
my
those
remarks
scenarios.
that I believe that it is, that there's not enough money to go around, and tough decisions need to be made.
Yeah.
But in terms of crunching those numbers for you, I'm not qualified to do that.
Yeah, no, and I was just trying to give a context of like the reality of the pressures that we're facing with our capital budget. Christy, you had talked about, and you showed some really great maps, which I think was a really good argument for improved transit, but you didn't do it for Peter Hemingway, and I was wondering why you only did it with the Kinsman.
Well, number one, we're not using Peter Hemingway right now. It's closed because of it. But it's the same issue. In fact, it only really occurred to me. In Windsor Park, we had Confederation Community League access with part of the City Wellness Centre, and it wasn't particularly well used in our community. And we recently just swapped it to Peter Hemingway, and it is getting used, and it is a lot more used, but it's the same problem as Kinsman. It's the same issue with Kinsman. That road is just a killer. So I think if I'd had more time, I might have added that in. And it certainly is an option, but it's the same issue. It's still like probably an hour walk. It's still probably 20 minutes by transit, including a 10-minute walk. And biking is just out of the question if you're young or disabled or senior. So that's probably why.
Okay, no, just wanted to know that context, because I think you had mentioned that was the one that administration was suggesting for Windsor Park was one of the 2 in the 5.
I don't know if admin is. It's just that as a community, that's the one we're using.
Okay.
Yeah, we actually
Okay,
find.
sorry.
I'd say from
Good
a bus
clarity.
link, neither are very good from Windsor Park.
Fair.
But,
I'm out of
we're trying
time.
it because it's new.
I'm out of time. No, thank you for that. I'm glad I got the clarity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kim, you had talked about a home lottery or something like that. Are you a registered charity that you could apply for a lottery license?
No, but I have worked on home lotteries, so no. So, but we were having the kind of level of discussion at that time where we were just reaching for possible scenarios, and the funding would not obviously cover the full amount, but any little bit that can help. As Councillor Jans was saying, we're looking for just a pool maybe, because we were always looking for that kind of Goldilocks zone where it actually became tolerable for the city to fund it in the situation you're in right now. Unfortunately, the price, when we were thinking originally 70 million, which is still a lot of money, has grown to 130, and that's obviously growing from then. And so being able to get additional funding towards it, like a regional levy, I mean, it's not going to be popular with a lot of people, but it might actually allow it to happen. But I think at the time the council they'd said, these are all great ideas, but we're going to put them away for now because we want to do it the traditional funding method, and that's about when we stopped discussing those specific. Okay. But we're always open to that, of course.
And I know Councillor Jans is trying to look at something because the likelihood, as to where Rolling Miles sits on the priority list, it is probably unlikely in this budget cycle. But so that's why I was wondering if there are other options, or if there's options like, a private company coming forward. I don't know if you've had any of those discussions.
We haven't had any specific discussions, but as you've probably noticed, we're a highly motivated area, and even though there are other well-deserving areas of the city that would like a new rec center or like to be considered, I feel like we have demonstrated a real passion for something that if the city was to have to pick out of a hat 7 or 8 different regions that needed a new facility, I think we would be the one to start with because of the fact that we already have such momentum going and knowledge, and also an incredible willingness to adapt to what was going to work for you guys.
And as a council, I think we appreciate that engagement and enthusiasm from the residents, but we also have to look at it on with an equity lens as well.
Absolutely.
Kirsty, you were the one that did the maps and everything. What do you think of about an 8.5 kilometer, 49-minute bus ride to get to a recreation center?
I mean, usually it's not one bus either. You're talking like 10 minutes walk. You're probably talking 3
12
buses.
minutes on either side. Do you think that's acceptable?
I don't think I can. It's a difficult one to say what is acceptable for whom. For my friend's husband, probably 2 buses, a 10-minute walk either side is not acceptable for him.
Because that's what it is for a resident in the Meltwater community south of the Henday to get to the Meadows Rec Centre.
Yeah, I mean, there's often, if transit, this is definitely an argument for better transit for sure, but all I'm showing is in our community, because that's the one that we understand, is that the problems, there's the 2 problems. One is the River Valley problem, which is huge, and the downtown, and what you're doing is you're pulling people into the centre as well. So you're breaking people into a car, making them drive across into downtown and back out downtown again.
And I just, out of curiosity, why not straight down White Ave to Bonnie Doon?
You mean the Mill Creek pool there? Is that what you're saying?
I didn't think Mill Creek, but I'm thinking the Bonnie Doon pool at Bonnie Doon School.
I don't know about the distance of that. That wasn't that's not something.
And I know that's not one of the ones that's designated in the map.
No, that's right.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know.
But if we're looking for a flat ride, I think White Ave is pretty.
Yeah. I think the main thing is that this fits this they've all got their communities across there that will be affected if we don't have this pool at Raleigh Miles. Then our community spreads out to all these other pools as well, whether it's easy to get to or not to get to. But this actually encompasses all of these new residents. The increased infill, they're building the infill. People are using the commuting bike lanes, but this will help us really activate that area a lot more and stop the people getting in their cars to drive the 8 kilometres, or it'll be in the right area for the right people, accessible journey. But yeah, it's not a good situation for anyone to have to take 50 minutes or an hour to get to any kind of local community pool for a community lesson with your baby.
And I think we all agree with you, but
exactly.
With the limited funding, we have to look to see where the priority,
not
the priority, I guess, but where the greatest gap is.
Yeah, and the infill is huge. I mean, there's so many more people, more babies, more seniors, more people from all countries that don't use cars, aren't used to using cars. From all sorts of European, other countries. Like it's beautiful to see everybody use that transit in that part of town. It's a real experience. You get to know your neighbours when you're on a bike or you're walking. We need to be pushing that, and this is an area that is really embracing that active transportation part, and could be a real success story for the city and how a community can work.
And that's what we mean by I'm not even monitoring my own time. I'm up. Councillor Rutherford, second round.
Yeah, I guess I'm going to go to Elaine Soles, but if you think that somebody else from Friends of Scona should answer this, just pass it along. In the report, it talks about the district park and and this is a question I had for administration, but I wanted to ask you as well, about the estimated work of doing the athletic field, but then it's saying that should be done concurrently. But if we're not getting the pool for another 10 years, like even if it was funded to detailed design, that's not construction, then you'd still, you are looking at a longer time horizon. I wanted to find out about the thoughts on the decoupling of those 2 projects, especially since we are really focused on renewal in this budget cycle versus growth.
This is a new topic for us today.
Fair.
And I don't feel I can, because it's not drawing on things we've talked about before, because before when that was suggested at the very beginning of the park renewal 15 or so years ago, our little mantra was you don't put in your landscaping before you build your house. And we shifted the conversation to having a rec center developed as part of that master plan, of that park master plan, right? So I think there need to be some discussions in the community and about how far that park renewal could go, because some aspects of the park renewal are dependent upon that facility. Like the tennis courts and pickleball court move to make way for the facility. They move to a slightly further west where they are now. So, I don't know how that would work. The skating component of the park renewal, and it's outdoor skating, some kind of freezeway kind of thing, is where you put on your skates, where you'd get the water for the freezeway, where you'd use the washroom. That's in the facility. I mean, the two. So I don't know where the decoupling would come, and some of the renewal has already been done.
I don't know. I'm not as familiar with that project and whether it can or not. That's why I want to ask
Yeah,
administration. But I'm just trying to because again, if you have to couple them, it makes that even less appealing in terms of a growth project, because now you're saying, okay, well, we need X amount of dollars to build a pool and X amount of dollars to. If you do one and then decouple them, then there's also like a easier argument for the ward councillor to advance. Like, that's what I'm just trying to.
Yeah.
So I see somebody else was kind of wanting to jump in.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. We just need more discussion.
Yeah, and just to clarify the fact that the community leagues, like, we're not trying to slow down that park renewal. Like, I personally I was on about 6 or 7 meetings with members of the administration working on, in 2021, 22, working on elements of designing that park as a community member. And we even changed the lease area of our community league and shrank it down to accommodate the plans the city were putting forward for the new park renovations. So we're not being a stick in the mud on that, but it was kind of suggested to us by council members back in the day that keeping them together was beneficial, and we that advice was from the heart, and we still feel like that is the way we want to go. Like, we don't want to ever think, man, we let them do the park and that sealed the fate of the rec center, and that would just be crushing for all the people that put their immense efforts into this.
And I totally understand, and I completely understand that those councillors, because it is the most ideal. It is the most ideal to do
and
them
we'd rather,
together.
we can't have the rec center, we don't want anything, and that's bad because the park design looked wonderful and we would love it, but we really feel like if we have to stick with one, that's the way we probably would want to go. I'm just speaking for myself, of course.
And it's a hard question, and it's
a hard
like,
question.
I'm just trying to.
But we're always open to helping.
It's just such an important district park, I think, for the city as a whole.
Absolutely.
Whether there's a pool or not, it's just an important area.
But the pool would be,
Of course, the
absolutely.
pool is
and I
the
feel
icing.
like keeping them together is definitely in our best interests, I suppose,
Thank you very much. Seeing no other questions for the speakers. I did have a couple for the younger ones, but they didn't come back after lunch. So anyhow, so thank you very much, everybody, for coming today. And I think now we'll open it up to questions of administration. We'll give them a chance to give them, or just Roger by himself, to come on down. And Councillor Rutherford, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Just, I guess I want to sort of pick off where I was last asking questions, but about this hub model, because I know in the Capital Infrastructure Plan program was presented to Infrastructure Committee on the 24th of June, we used pools as sort of like an example to, it was more illustrative at that point to sort of say how this would work when applied to various facilities. So I know it's not in its sophistication at this point. I'm just wondering, where would this rise if we follow that Capital Infrastructure Plan program and we think about the other facilities with the renewal and this hub, that would also, would it rise it further in the priority list? Do you see what I'm saying when you're looking at it more comprehensively than just the pool? I know that's a hard question because I know where you are in this, Alex.
Yeah, it is early days. Our colleagues from infrastructure are also on the line, so they may be able to help me out. I think when we looked at that, it was primarily looking at the standalone pools.
Yeah.
Most of which aren't only a pool. Most have a fitness center, some other amenities, studios. So we did a lot of work with council. One of the speakers mentioned we had several reports about different financing models, different development models, and how do we get a small but still multi-purpose rec center was really the focus of trying to come up with that program that is smaller in scale than maybe.
And that's what we're moving to as a city. We're not doing any more big mega centers. We're trying to do a lot more of these scale things.
So
correct?
The comparison would probably be, yeah, that's correct. The comparison here would probably be looking at the other pools that have a fitness center, that have other amenities in it besides just the pool tank itself.
Okay.
Which was part of the challenge with SCONA. I mean, it was a 1959 pool. It didn't have hot tubs. It didn't have a fitness center. It didn't have multi-purpose rooms. It didn't have a lot of the amenities that you would find in a new pool.
Okay, and I guess like knowing that there is more of a focus on renewal and seeing what is recommended from that report, can you just articulate to me why you don't recommend the district park be separated from the pool decision?
Yeah, that goes back to, as the speakers were talking, they really are integrated. There was an early phase about could we just do a park renewal that would provide more amenities for families in the neighborhood if they lost the pool. As that process evolved, they really became integrated, and you're moving the tennis courts to create a space for the rec center, so probably moving the tennis courts on their own probably isn't a good investment today. So that's why they've become very much intertwined in trying to be efficient in the delivery as well, so we're not moving something and then having to tear it down and move it again.
What's the condition of that of that park in terms of its like, is there a point at which we would have to look at renewal irregardless of the pool decision? Like, cause it's aging infrastructure, right?
Yeah, hopefully someone will jump on from infrastructure to help me with this one, but
Yeah.
the park itself wasn't necessarily that it was aging. It has the premier athletic facility, but some of the other amenities, the ball diamond, so the tennis courts, there weren't a lot for younger families.
Yeah.
So it was a look at what is the program, what amenities may be added to the park to make it more desirable to keep families in the community as an alternative to having a pool.
So it adds on some new amenities is proposed in that district park plan.
Yeah, and very much integrated with the new building, the skate change rooms, the water service, the washrooms.
Like this, for the skating that Elaine was talking about. Perfect. Okay.
I can jump in, Councillor Rutherford. There is plans to renew the running track surface that is underway, and we will be looking at renewing some of the long jump pits as well. And so we are addressing elements by elements. As Roger was mentioning, it's more that kind of holistic look at the park that isn't being advanced. But if there are elements of the park that are needing to be invested to maintain them, we will be doing that.
Okay. And just confirming, we're hearing about population increases with infill, but based on, was that factored in when you did that plan and the scenarios of modeling with the pools in that infrastructure report?
Yeah, I don't know if directly in the preliminary work on pools, but certainly looking at the population growth, where we're seeing it in infill, where we're seeing new growth.
That is projected in those service levels.
And part of it, council asked us last year to do some preliminary work on the Heritage Valley Rec Center. So we looked at the populations in that area as well and how it's growing. and not a comparison, but looking at each of the areas and where the population is, the proximity to facilities. So again, trying to take that system-wide look at where do we have aquatics, where are they needed? If we could only invest in one, what would our recommendation be as to the best place to invest? And then, as you mentioned, the flip side of that is the pools that are 65 years old now and are going to need investment and making good decisions about, is it strictly to renew those and keep them where they are? Or is it some redistribution of those amenities across the city and new modern pools that better meet people's needs?
I'm over time.
Thank you. But I will kind of stay on that. Do you have handy or off the top of your head, remember what the population is around that Heritage Valley area?
I think currently it's about 123,000 and projected to grow to somewhere around 165,000 when it's fully built out.
Okay.
That would be the Southwest District, not only the Heritage Valley, but.
Okay, and so the report here shows Scona had a district had a population of 58,000, which was expected to increase to 106 by about 2036.
Yeah, I think currently it's around 81,000.
81?
The growth has been realized. Some of the growth's been realized.
And with the amenities and that being considered for the park, would that include like maybe gathering spaces, benches, canopies, the same things that people are asking for all over the city?
Yeah, it had more pathways, benches, connectivity through the park, trying to integrate it better to be a better district park, not only the athletic facility and some green space, but truly a better park.
Okay. And I think, did we not go out sort of to request, and I can't remember what it's not, areas of special interest, is that?
Expression of interest.
Expression of interest. Was this, was the Rolly Miles Park area part of that, or could anybody have expressed an interest in it?
Yeah, in the recent city building report, and it's coming back to infrastructure committee, pools weren't one of the amenities. We looked at fire halls, libraries, arenas, and that was based on some previous work that was done around what might be good candidates for a P3, a private investor, a partner. There was a lot of work around the Rolling Miles facility with not a formal P3 submission, but a number of meetings with private sector groups of what might be possible. And at the end, those reports came back to council, and as the speaker said, we sort of landed on a more traditional financing model after we exhausted special levies and offsite levies and local improvement taxes and amenity contributions and partnerships. We really came back to saying this is probably need to be funded like the other rec centers are being funded.
Okay, and so then that would just fall into the priority of all the other rec centers. Okay, that's all the questions I have, seeing nobody else on the board. Now, this report is just for information, so there's no motion to be made, no opportunities to speak to it unless I have discretion. If somebody does want to speak to the report, I know Councillor Jans is going to continue to work with the community on other options that are available. Anybody want to speak to it? All right, then we will consider this item complete and move on to item 7.2, please. And whenever you're settled and ready to go, the floor is yours.
Great. Good afternoon, Council. I will introduce myself again as we're on a new item here. My name is Stacey Glatley, and I'm the Acting Deputy City Manager for Community Services. I'm joined today by Lila Peter, who is the Acting Branch Manager for Social Development, and Jared Abbott, CSWB Project Manager. A number of additional members of administration are also available to answer questions. We're here today to present for information the overview of the transition of the Community Safety and Wellbeing Strategy to the Community Safety and Wellbeing Framework. This will include examining the City of Edmonton's evolving context around community safety and well-being, further to referred to as CSWB, an overview of the framework itself, and a discussion of how the CSWB budget will operate under the new framework. Next slide, please. To ground us in how we got here, the original CSWB strategy was endorsed by the City of Edmonton Council in 2022 as a response to the 2021 Safer for All Task Force report. The CSWB strategy utilized a root cause, prevention-focused approach to address systemic social challenges like poverty, safety, housing, and racism. This work has been anchored by community collaboration activities, such as the CSWB Symposium that was held on September 25th, 2024. Since its inception, the strategy has had a massive impact, facilitating over $116 million in investments that support more than 230 community-based programs. Next slide, please. While community challenges like poverty, safety, and racism remain our key focus, the environment that we operate in has shifted significantly. The City of Edmonton is now dealing with the compounding crises related to homelessness, substance use, and mental health challenges. With a new council and evolving council priorities, we also continue to balance long-term strategic work with the need for urgent frontline interventions. However, there are positive signs, including the increased federal investment in affordable housing and increased provincial homelessness support and recovery-oriented care to address the overdose crisis. We also have the benefit of increased maturity in our existing city strategies, alongside the development of new system-wide approaches like the city's violence prevention strategy. Next slide. Edmonton's response to these complex social issues is multifaceted. A whole of city safety and well-being ecosystem exists. This includes many participants, from the City of Edmonton itself to the federal and provincial government, school boards, businesses, community-based organizations, and individual residents. When we look at the incredible investments that the City of Edmonton is already making in this ecosystem, we can see that the response is corporate-wide and includes investments that span the continuum of prevention, intervention, and recovery. From the Edmonton Police Service programs, transit safety infrastructure and staffing, CSWB-aligned strategies and action plans, FCSS funding and programs, to the city's CSWB response. Our investments include day-to-day activities, defined strategies, and a variety of funding sources. These investments also cover both prevention and intervention activities and programs. This demonstrates that while the city's CSWB approach is a key element of this response, there's a whole of city response to safety and well-being ecosystem challenges, and so the city's responsibility in this area is not solely that of CSWB. Next slide, please. To address this complexity and ensure that we remain responsive to the needs of Edmontonians, we're transitioning the CSWB strategy into an overarching CSWB framework. This framework maintains the 7 core pillars of anti-racism, reconciliation, equity, well-being, safe and inclusive spaces, pathways out of poverty, and crime prevention and crisis intervention. This structure will provide a comprehensive 30,000-foot view across 20 distinct City of Edmonton strategies and action plans that contribute to community safety and well-being, such as Economic Advantage, Edmonton's Economic Development Strategy for 2026 to 2030, and the Indigenous Framework. These are outlined in Attachment 1 of the report, with others that are considered as supportive of this framework. The CSWB framework is intended to improve coherence across the city strategies and initiatives currently aligned with CSWB while maintaining the operational leadership, expertise, and relationships that sit within individual strategies and business areas. 20 strategies and action plans. Sorry, we'll go forward 2 slides, please. 20 strategies and action plans have been identified as critical to advancing CSWB outcomes. Additional strategies may be added over time. Next slide. In order to demonstrate how this works in practice, here's an example of a strategy that contributes to community safety and well-being, being across multiple pillars, but focuses on a particular body of work: affordable housing and homelessness. The Affordable Housing Strategy and corresponding homelessness and housing services plan seeks to improve access to and increase the supply of affordable housing for low-income families and those experiencing homelessness through targeted actions and objectives, producing tangible results, and demonstrating success since its adoption. Robust in its implementation, the strategy is based upon a rigorous, nationally recognized housing needs assessment and utilizes carefully developed investment, intergovernmental communications, engagements, and evaluation plans to make and measure progress towards its overall goals. As a result, under the current Affordable Housing Strategy and corresponding investment plan, which was approved by Council in January of 2024, the City has leveraged $1.27 billion from other orders of government and private sources, using an investment of $186 million in land and grants. This means that since 2023, the City has leveraged a total of $1.27 billion from an investment of $186 million in grants and land to build 4,196 units. Looking a bit further back to 2019, when our Affordable Housing Investment Plan was implemented, the City has leveraged a total of $1.9 billion of investment out of $311 million in grants and land to build 6,810 units. But on a more human level, that translates to approximately 11,300 more affordable bedrooms for adults and children who can lead safer, healthier lives. The work of the Affordable Housing Strategy directly supports the long-term outcomes of CSWB, particularly those around the Pathways Out of Poverty pillar, the explicit focus on access to affordable housing. Next slide, please. The transition from a strategy to a framework continues the work of CSWB as a unifying structure. It further facilitates better coordination and integration between CSWB-aligned strategies and action plans so that they all operate in harmony and not at cross purposes. This coordination also extends to CSWB-aligned work happening within the Edmonton Police Service, which administration, of course, are in regular conversation with. We're also implementing a comprehensive evaluation and reporting system to assess the progress of all 7 outcomes using multiple lines of evidence, including system-level indicators and outcome measures. This provides a broader understanding of how community conditions are changing over time. Because these outcomes are influenced by many organizations and factors that are beyond the City's control, our approach focuses on demonstrating the City's contribution to that overall change. CSWB maturity skills will be developed to assess and track transformative progress. These maturity skills will help with framing key indicators that will define what the progress actually looks like and measures and assesses that change over time. This will allow us to demonstrate how CSWB investments are contributing to improved community outcomes over time. Annual reporting will track progress and emerging trends, while a comprehensive 4-year assessment will provide a deeper evaluation of system-level change. To support the community collaboration, we will host an annual CSWB symposium, bringing together a diverse set of internal and external partners to provide feedback, help measure progress, and help identify emerging needs. Between the symposia, we will document success stories, emerging needs, and feedback shared by community partners in Community Dialogue Tool. Further, CSWB will support aligned strategies to undertake comprehensive research and engagement. Next slide, please. Now that you've had a sense of the framework and its benefits, I would like to shift our focus to the complementing CSWB fund, starting with a bit of history. Historically, most CSWB funding allocation decisions have been brought forward by administration to Council for direct approval, even when those funding decisions could have been made by administration through a delegated authority. Other CSWB funding decisions were made through Council motions, such as the Council-directed reallocation of $1 million from the CSWB grant program to day spaces. To date, only a limited number of CSWB funding approvals have been made through the City Manager's delegated authority. The CSWB fund currently has an annual ongoing budget of $20.343 million. Out of this, $14.506 million is allocated to ongoing long-term initiatives, which includes funding for 62.4 full-time equivalent positions across multiple departments. A majority of these positions are focused on responding to problem properties, supporting the Indigenous framework implementation, and encampment response, among others. This leaves $5.837 million unallocated for the upcoming 2027-2030 budget, which, through discussions with Council, may be considered for allocation in the 2027 to 2030 budget, proposed budget. Administration has a list of CSWB aligned service packages for Council to consider as part of the funding or as part of the proposed budget. This approach will enable strategic, outcome-driven investments while providing the flexibility to redirect funds to emerging community priorities and continuing a standardized budget allocation approach. Any adjustments, reallocations, or mid-cycle changes, such as allocating previous year's unspent CSWB funds, will be directed towards Council priorities using a standard delegated authority. The CSWB framework will also embed continuous improvement approaches into its day-to-day work, including an internal review of ongoing CSWB-funded initiatives to determine if they continue to support CSWB outcomes and Council priorities. Next slide. As I wrap up the presentation, we did want to reiterate that the shift to a new CSWB framework will enable greater coordination and cooperation across the CSWB ecosystem to address ongoing and emerging issues that face our city. Through the work of robust CSWB-aligned strategies and outcomes, we will continue to collaborate with community, deliver tangible results, and demonstrate value for money in our programs and activities. As administration moves forward with this work, the key takeaway for you is that this report and today's presentation provides Council with information needed to better understand the updated CSWB framework and the CSWB budget approach, which will be helpful for budget conversations that are happening later this year. We have provided a private attachment which explores CSWB-aligned service packages for Council to consider, and we recommend moving into private conversations if you'd like to discuss those items or potential budgetary impacts. Thank you, and we're happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much. I'm on the board, so I'm going to go ahead with questions. I'm a little puzzled as to why you're here. The website's already been updated with framework. You've already started hiring, posting for positions for this. Why are you coming to us with this now? When you've already started moving?
So we're mindful that it's been a bit of time since we've had a conversation with Council and also with community. Over the past year, of course, we've had an election, which has brought in some new councillors, and we know that Council is having its own conversations about priorities, which of course includes safety as one of the main priorities for Council. So before we go and implement bringing together 20 different strategies under the 7 pillars, etc., we wanted to make sure we had an opportunity to just have a sit down with Council, ensure that we're still aligned in the direction that CSWB is going, the 7 pillars that we have. Here's how we see the city as a city-wide approach.
But you're already going in that direction before having the conversation with Council. I'm just wondering how those 7 pillars align with Council's 4 priorities.
And that's what this conversation gives us the opportunity to do.
But you've already gone ahead in your implementation without first coming to Council with this information.
So this is where that conversation is for. So we've presented to Council as we understand. Here is what we've been directed for under CSWB and the 7 pillars that were developed with CSWB as it evolved over the last 4 years. But as we go into a new mandate, another 4 years, it's important for us to have a touch base and a conversation to say,
but shouldn't you be having that touch base prior to making the changes and posting for positions?
So as we understand the work happening across the 20 strategies, for example, are all strategies that have been directed by Council for administration to do. And so this gives us the opportunity to bring all of those together to further the outcomes of CSWB. Of course, Council or administration
You're not answering my question. Why have you gone ahead with the implementation prior to bringing the information to us?
So, and perhaps this is the definition of the word framework versus strategy. So council or administration has been directed to do work. And so to the extent possible, we continue to do the work that has been directed to us by council. If council would like to go in a different direction, of course, that's always council's prerogative and mandate to do, and administration would adjust accordingly.
Okay. Now, I don't want to specifically ask about the items in the private attachment. What I do want to ask is, in determining those items, did you take into account other unfunded service package requests done by motion, and take that into account when coming up with your list in the private attachment?
So the list in the private attachment was done at a particular point in time. So anything that's very recent that
What
council
point
may
in
have
time?
had, that would be approximately March of this year, because originally this report was going to come in June. So there may have been some conversations that have happened since then that weren't captured in that original analysis.
Okay, and do you have that captured now so that you can maybe reassess if need be?
We could do that if that was council's wish to do so.
Okay, that would be a wish. And in your assessment, I think you talked about there's a rubric or something like that that you've assessed to come up with your chosen ones. In that assessment, how did you include council's 4 priorities?
Thanks for the question, Councillor Wright. So in that rubric, there was quite a number of different elements that we were looking at and kind of scoring against, and alignment to one or more of council priorities was one of the core pieces that we were reviewing against and had scored each of them on.
And is that data available for council just to see what you were scoring against? What?
We could send that forward
Okay.
to council if there was desire to do so, certainly.
That would be wonderful. My time is up. I'll hand it over to Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I think there is a desire at some point to go into private and for me to put my motion on after the private conversation. So I'll just ask a line of questioning in public first. But I do intend to make a referral motion. So in the report it says, again, we're talking about how we got here with the CSWB and where it came from, and it was said that the strategy was created to address complex challenges, including poverty, safety, housing, insecurity, and racism. But that is not my recollection. My recollection is that there was a Safer for All report, and there was funding before my time on council that was not given to EPS. In fact, for the first 2 years, I think, on council, it wasn't even called the Community Safety and Wellbeing Fund. It was like EPS, whatever it was, like the overflow EPS funding, until we're like, can we stop calling it that? But it was really about, ultimately, and I'm going to say it, it sounds controversial, it's about detasking. That's the root of this. It's the root of where the money came from. It's the root of where the Safer for All report came from. It's the root of how we got here. We didn't try to boil the ocean. It was, so I don't know how, so how did you get that as where this came from?
So my understanding is this has evolved over a number of years, is that there are different considerations that came into place. So certainly there was a Safer for All, and as I understand in conversations with feedback that has been provided to community over time, looking at safety in general, there's a lot of different ways in which one can define safety. It's not necessarily one specific time and one specific thing, and that shifts over time. And so I think that there was a desire to also look at the underlying social conditions which can impact safety and well-being for individuals. And that road takes you to some pretty big barn doors. And I think that that's why we see a CSWB with 7 different pillars, which in and of themselves are quite large. And so what we've tried to do by elevating this CSWB into a framework is to say, okay, we have some very big areas here that we know are preconditions to community safety and well-being. So how do we start to better scope what do we as a city actually need to be doing? What is the appropriate municipal role? How do we influence others? And how do we work with community with some more specificity within the outcomes of those pillars. And so I think that's sort of how we see it evolved over time. And again, as we go forward, this is a great opportunity for us to take a moment, check in, and to say, does that still make sense? There's been a lot of things that have happened in the world between this Safer for All report and now. So that's a great conversation for us to be having with Council.
Yes. I had a line of questioning and it just slipped my mind. Oh yeah, okay, I remember my line of questioning. One of the things that's like really mucky to me and I'm really like having trouble understanding is like the hierarchy of things and the definitions of things. Because for example, we're saying under community safety and well-being that we, you know, one of the pillars is reconciliation. But now we have the Indigenous framework and reconciliation framework, and now we're gonna have a CSWB framework. Like how, they're both frameworks, how do those interplay with strategies? Like, it seems, like can you explain that to me? Can you break that down for me?
Sure, and I think across the city, we're looking to further clarify and continually improve the language where we use, when we use framework, when we use strategy, when we use plan, et cetera. And so I think that there's a little bit, if I can be quite frank, of that bundled up here. The Indigenous framework is a framework which stands in and of itself. And so
Absolutely,
that
and it
Indigenous
should.
framework guides our MMIWG action plan, it guides our TRC action plan, and there's a lot of great work undergoing there.
And
I think
it guides every department to be doing reconciliation.
Absolutely. And so when we look at CSWB, which has a pillar of reconciliation, I think rather than build something else under a framework or of CSWB to say, we have this great and really important work that's being done interconnected with the work across the city. For example, it's really hard to do violence prevention if we're not also doing Indigenous reconciliation in an Edmonton context. I think that is especially true. And so, you know, when we're working in a space of complex policy, I often say that no framework is perfect, and many are helpful. And so I think this is an instance of a helpful framework, which allows us to understand which different, let's call them, whether it's initiatives, strategies, frameworks, are upholding the city's commitment to those pillars, and how do we increase and better improve collaboration across them.
Okay, time is up. You can come back for another round. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you very much. You know, I appreciate a lot of the thinking that's presented in the report, and I think I sort of understand the framework approach. I think what I was expecting, and I think sort of some of the conversations we've had in the past, is to map out how, like, a lot of work outside CSWB funded initiatives are actually supporting each of these pillars. So how community recreation services support belonging, you know, how Ride Transit supports poverty reduction, for example. And so while I'm seeing some of the strategies mapped out, not really seeing that overall, you know, everything that we're investing into this as a city.
You know, it's a great point, Councillor Stevenson, and we've talked a lot about this on the administration side. And so when we're sort of working with a framework that has everything from well-being, which has a great number of things about it. I would say pretty much everything we do at the city here is intended to improve the well-being of Edmontonians, to crime prevention, crisis intervention, to poverty, et cetera. It becomes really, really big. And so what we've tried to do through this approach is develop what I would call the strategic missing middle. And that says, so we're trying to achieve this under poverty. What is acutely happening within Edmonton? And what are we doing within the city of Edmonton to really try to change the game? And that's where those strategies come forward. Now, there's a lot of things that I would say we do every day that are CSWB friendly, that are well within the scope of it. And so, you know, as we're talking, let's just use the affordable housing example that was in there. We're trying to reduce poverty, and a big part of that is housing stability.
And so I think maybe where I'm struggling, or I think what I was maybe hoping from this work is that we'd be able to identify, you know, the really strategic gaps that are maybe existing. So what I continue to worry about is that I think the 7 pillars is boiling the ocean. Like, I think that is spread too thin. And I think particularly if we're only considering $5 million worth of spending, like we're not going to have a meaningful impact on that. So to frame this as a question, then maybe like what made administration feel that we needed to maintain the 7 pillars instead of honing in on safety and sort of the 5 subpoints that we have in our strategic priority?
So I think that administration has been working for the last number of years with the CSWB strategy framework that we've been in conversation with council with for a great number of years. And so rather than without a conversation with council, going back and overturning that, again, conversation with community has happened as well. That's essentially why we're having this conversation, to say, are we still in the right direction, or do we need to take a pause here? And so I think if it is the desire and mandate of, or the desire of council to, through the next mandate, do a little bit more focusing in terms of how we talk about this or how we go forward, that's absolutely within the mandate of council during this conversation to adjust that. And that's why we're here to have that conversation.
Okay, great. I think that's really helpful. I think along with that conversation of sort of honing in, also I'm curious, so the report talks about internal review of ongoing CSWB funding to determine if they continue to support the outcomes. But again, I didn't see that analysis in this report in terms of the 14 million that's already allocated. And I think that that's a real gap in my mind. And again, I know that we made a lot of these choices, but for me, a lot of the 14 million for me is just sort of a core service at this point. It's not a strategic move in the community safety well-being. It's just things that we should be doing, and we use that as a funding source because it was available. So again, curious why there hasn't been more analysis of that 14 million.
So I think as we have clarity out of this conversation, that's the next work to be done.
Okay. I've got a few other questions that are probably public, and then happy to go in private if that works. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford, do you have public questions? Yep, go ahead.
So I guess just pulling on the same thread from my other line of questioning about what framework supersedes, like I do see some problematic concerns about the governance framework that's proposed in this report. For example, it says the CSWB directors table has an advising and decision-making role. That seems contradictory, and again, because there's no clarity on when does CSWB supersede the Indigenous framework, for example? When does the Indigenous framework supersede? Like, I could see a lot of tensions forming in this space and a lot of inefficiencies, frankly.
So I will say that we live with intentions in this space, so we don't shy away from those.
Yeah.
But the intention behind the director's table, and we're having the conversations, and we would continue to have the conversations out of this discussion about what kind of decisions and on what things. The hope and intention here is, again, there are a lot of different efforts across the city that are pushing in very helpful directions to move forward on the outcomes of the 7 pillars. And so what we'd like to make sure is that we don't have perhaps conversations or decisions being made here where there isn't line of sight to, how would these impact other pieces, or actually on the efficiency side. So let's say a strategy A is going to go out and do some engagement, and they're putting together questions. That's an opportunity for them to have a conversation to say, actually, it would be helpful for us to include these questions over here while we're talking to this group, so that we're not going out twice and creating engagement fatigue. And then they would make those decisions around those tables about what mechanisms we use. So it's not necessarily that a director's table is making all decisions for CSWB. That's not the intention. It's that there's a mechanism for the appropriate levels of decision and coordination and communication sharing to improve efficiencies across the strategies.
Yeah, but you, and I can foresee this getting really messy. So I'm just trying to understand how you've thought through, or what, can you walk me through this in a pragmatic term? So example, you talked about encampment response, which, everything else aside, I actually should just be a part of the well-maintained city package as part of the base, but that's a conversation for a later date. But let's say the encampment team, which is under, I guess under Jenna as well, so trying to find one that's not under Ms. Flamen. City ops graffiti removal, right? Or like enhanced cleaning in downtown, right? Does the CSWB table make the decisions? Is it ultimately the DCM for that area that makes the decision? Like, what have you thought out of in terms of that governance? And again, I go back to the Indigenous one, right? Like now you've got two frameworks, two governance.
So our team has actually had conversation, has done detailed mapping that I will save you from across every single strategy that we have conversations about here. And we had a lot of detailed conversations about where does something like a director's table, let's say, create efficiencies, and where do the existing mechanisms for governance. So there are sometimes project sponsors, there are sometimes executive sponsors, there's different tables that manage different aspects of that. So that's sort of the operational work of the city, is to make sure that that is coherent, make sure that that makes sense, so that we can bring strong, confident information to council so that council can make decisions. So that information, administration to council, that doesn't change. All we're indicating here is by having an overarching framework and understanding which efforts, strategies they're under feed into that, that allows us to have a look at and refresh some of those governance to ensure that we have efficiencies.
Yeah, and then, but just on that, like, so like, for example, you have this, it's collecting, you have somebody that's sort of stewarding the CSWB framework, they're asking all of these different strategies for their outcomes, they're not getting responses. What happens then?
So we have mechanisms within the city to manage that. And so we manage that through our own escalation mechanisms. Again, our conversation with council doesn't change. Council's strategic governance over doesn't change. So it's ours to sort of manage those efficiencies. All that's to say is understanding sort of what is in, what is out in terms of conceptually from a strategy allows us to do that work to create that ease across.
Yeah, and so you're saying today, if we're not hitting the mark, we feel like we're boiling the ocean, if we feel like it's too much, we want to really like look at the council priorities and refocus, that today would be a good day to give that direction.
Today would be a great day to give that direction.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. I've got some other questions here. As far as the implementation, the report says you're going to continue throughout 26 and 27 doing evaluation and that, but yet again, I think jumping the gun about making recommendations for use of the budget coming up without having that evaluation and reporting done.
So across 20 different strategies, you might imagine that different strategies are at a different space of maturity. And so there are some strategies which have been around for quite some time and they have their own evaluation mechanism. And we really need to loop that together and link that with a more system level evaluation to say, what does this tell us about this? So there's sort of that kind of work. There are other strategies which are more at their infancy, and we're building those out.
But if you're asking us to allocate funding in this 4-year budget cycle coming up, then there's nothing left to allocate to anything else that you might evaluate to be a higher priority.
So I will say that across the strategies, there are different funding sources, and certainly the CSWB fund is one of those sources, but they also leverage other funding, sometimes from FCSS, sometimes from the affordable housing strategy, et cetera. So it's the work of administration that we always should be evaluating our work, our strategies, and are they in achieving their intended outcomes? And budget always plays into that, and that's an iterative conversation with council over time.
So has there been an evaluation as to all the funding that's already been doled out in the past 4 years?
I think when we're talking about the impact of the funding that has been distributed over the past number of years, again, many of which was at council's direction, because we have these, again, large pillars for which there could be a lot of different things that could be connected to it. And so often when we've been talking about outcomes, we've been talking about outcomes on a lot of really great initiatives and some really great funding that's gone out the door. What we still struggle, I think, to do as administration, and we've had this conversation with council before, is to be really specific about how the totality of those specific funding initiatives out of the CSWB pot impact the outcomes under a certain pillar. And I think that's because we have perhaps lacked the ability or the cohesion to be able to say, actually, it's actually not just the CSWB fund that's moving the dial on poverty or others, it's also all the other things. So by taking that strategic approach, that allows us to bring in those other pieces and to have a conversation about, in their totality, how are we moving the needle?
To me, it has been mainly a slush fund of if we need money from somewhere, can we get it from CSWB? If we were to wind down or dissolve the CSWB strategy or framework, would that jeopardize any of the ongoing funding that's in place?
I think that largely depends on the direction from council. So I think that there's two different pieces here. There's the initiatives or strategies or the framework itself and going forward, and there's a dedicated allocation of funding, which again funds in portion and to different degrees across different strategies, how much it funds those things. So I think we need to be clear to say, does council want to go forward with X, Y, or Z strategy? Yes or no? Do they want it to be within the frame of CSWB? Yes or no? And how is council funding that? Whether that's out of the CSWB allocation or whether it's out of the regular allocations that happen through budget.
Okay, I will wait to hear what Councillor Rutherford's motion is. Councillor Stevenson, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you. I think just on that evaluation framework, I think that's probably been the most consistent theme that we've had in discussing community safety well-being is how are we evaluating whether we invest in this priority or that priority. When I read through this report, I'm not getting a sense that we'll get an answer to those questions. It seems to be more focused, the evaluation framework seems to be a much broader, sort of like community level indicator discussion. So just wondering if I'm misreading that or if there's an approach to answer those questions.
So I would say yes and again, that's the intention of there's a more systemic, I try to stay away from the jargon as we're in these council conversations, but we look at maturity scales at a system level across the pillars, and that's a more high level indicator of how are we moving as a community on this, but there's a lot of things outside of our control that impact how that maturity looks within Edmonton. And then within that, that's where we get into more specificity to say, let's say under the violence prevention is a great example, the blueprint for violence prevention, where we look at 70 plus indicators. We do a lot of cross-analysis on trending across sort of confluence of indicators or confluence of trends in particular areas to inform specifically actually what needs to be done in this area, and that helps to inform budget conversations. So again, by taking this sort of approach, it actually brings to what our hope is that brings together as we're talking about evaluation and outcomes that more perhaps perceived as the nebulous systems level with actually the tactical where do we need to be spending funding.
And I think that to me really speaks about the importance of focusing our strategy, and because then we can have those more specific and direct measures. So I heard you say that you were sort of looking for open to some of the feedback, and so I think for me, seeing a prioritization of the safety pillar for strategic and investments, and it's not to deprioritize the other work that's happening, but recognize that there are a lot of city mechanisms that are working on that. And again, really, really interested in looking at the 14 million that's currently allocated to. I agree, like things that should just be in our operations budget for maintenance and cleanliness in the city. I'm also wondering something, and I might even, I'll talk to committee members about the way to approach this, because it's a question I've raised many times and haven't seen any movement forward on it, but thinking of our quarterly economic report. So we get this on a quarterly basis. It's typically looking at housing starts, economic indicators like that. For me, this would really be the place to capture some of those community-wide factors and discussions about well-being as well, looking at food bank usage, for example, affordable housing wait lists, things like that. I think that's a really important part. So just wondering if that requires a motion potentially to just sort of see how some of this framework, recognizing again we're moving to a framework that's citywide, just how it could be integrated with the quarterly economic report to give that picture.
I could certainly explore. I don't think I need a motion to explore that walking away. And as we've been looking at CSWB and indicators, I think that there are a lot of interesting leads that could bring a more fulsome conversation to council. But we'll take that offline.
Perfect, perfect. And then just in terms of the 14 million that's allocated, again, recognizing that that was through council direction, do you need explicit direction to revisit those or look at reallocating, I guess, or saying that, hey, we don't actually think this is effective use of these dollars in this area?
So I think that out of the conversation today, and depending where, I sense that there's some conversation to look at the scoping here, I think that that would be a natural next step to say, okay, here's what we've heard from committee and from council in terms of scoping, and therefore this is what you may wish to consider regarding budget and financing.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Principe?
Thank you, Chair Wright. One thing that I would like to see more of in reports is just the metrics and indicators. I know housing starts is an indicator. However, did we achieve the outcome that we expected with those housing startups? So something like more to that. I would like to see a little bit more information on that. And I'm not sure if that's something that can be provided in future.
That's noted, and it's certainly something our team is working very hard on. Again, not at that sort of larger maturity scale level, but then as you get into the nitty gritty of just what you're talking about. So we've spent X number amount. How many housing starts has that created? What does that mean in terms of our impact on housing overall in the city? So in affordable housing, we've increased housing by 40%, affordable housing by 40% in our city. That's a great thing that we need to be talking about. So we're certainly having those same conversations across the other strategies.
Right, and what is it we're trying to achieve? Or is that what we're trying to achieve? Is that the metric we're looking for, or are we looking for like numbers of people? I'm just trying to get like real measurements that we can say, okay, we're going in the right direction. We're on the right path.
Yeah, and we are moving in that path.
Okay,
So I look
great.
forward to those conversations as much as you do, Councillor.
Yeah, thank you. Good. And if there are no more questions for in public, I'll move that we go into private. Section 29, Advice from Officials of the Access to Information Act.
Thank you. Please vote to move into private.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. And before we move, and that is carried, but before we move into private, I think maybe we will take our 15-minute recess and then come back. Okay. And come back in private, yeah. So, see you in about half an hour or so, Eric? Okay.
We are back in public.
Thank you. I do have two other public questions. What's the cost of that symposium?
Cost would come out of existing budgets. We haven't finalized exactly what that cost is, but we would bring that forward through the appropriate delegated authority channel once it does come.
So no new budget dollars, or from CSWB dollars, or?
That would be from CSWB administration dollars, yeah.
Okay, so I think that was, wait, was that the private report I can't say anything about?
No,
Because I did see an amount there.
No, that's the funding we have to administer CSWB within administration. It's not part of the private report.
Oh, well, I do see an amount in the private report. Okay, so, okay. Okay, and then the other one, I was just interested as what was approved under the city manager's delegated authority? Because you said some was council's direction.
I'll have to get back to you with that list.
Okay. Okay. Today?
Do you want a totality of any that have been made over the term of CSWB,
Sure.
or just an example?
Let's go totality, and then I'll see if I want an example, depending on the amount.
I'd have to take that away to finance.
Okay, all right, then guess I'll have to wait on that. Okay, Councillor Rutherford, you want to go ahead?
Yeah, I'll just move the referral motion that I have prepared for this. So I move that the August 10th, 2026 Community Services Report CS 03563 be referred back to administration to validate the pillars and associated strategies of the Community Safety and Wellbeing Framework with Council to ensure alignment with this Council's safety priorities and outcomes, and come back to committee with options for changes to this framework and funding recommendations.
Thank you. Would you like to introduce that?
Yeah, I think, through the line of questioning and my read of the report, I think, we heard from administration, they're looking for this to be a check-in with council if they're on the right path, and I think it's a good time to kind of course correct. I recognize that we're dealing with a lot of complexity, and there's a lot of really great work that is happening in so many spaces around our city, around reconciliation and anti-racism and other important work. But I do think that this specific CSWB framework is getting a little bit big and unwieldy and needs a little bit more focus. I think it needs to be a little bit bolder in what we're doing in the safety sphere, and I think that the outcomes need to be aligned with the council priorities that we have set. So that's where this referral motion is coming from and why I'm bringing this forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson, no questions, just to speak? Okay. Anyone else questions? No? I will sign up to speak here, and then anybody else? Okay, if no one else on committee. Thank you for bringing forward this motion, because I do think we do need some more clarity before we, approve or consider the framework being put before us, and making sure, my big concern with this is aligning it to our council priorities. So appreciate you putting this forward and looking forward to the information. Do we have an idea? I'm asking a question now as to a due date back. But I was speaking to it. But I'm the chair. Clerk, I noticed that we don't have a due date on this.
Our standard is 13 weeks unless administration advise otherwise.
I think that administration would likely advise Q1 to allow for some of the conversations between now and then, and to work with council appropriately through some of the other conversations.
Okay, maybe I should have asked this before, because then that concerns me if some of these are being considered for budget for 27-30.
Sorry, is that for administration or for the mover?
Well, for administration, I guess, yeah.
So I think that the way that I would read this is my assumption is that council will be having conversations about budget and that they'll be making those decisions in budget according to their various council priorities, et cetera. And so allowing for some of those conversations to mature over that period of time will potentially help to inform the options that would come forward to council in terms of what does this specific framework encompass, what does it not encompass, following those decisions.
But some of those requests that you have in the private attachment, how can you expect us to make the decision on whether or not to approve those items if we don't have this further background assessment, analysis, evaluation?
So I think that the worthwhile conversation there is whether council wants that work to proceed, regardless of CSWB. And so if there's work that council would like to see the city proceed with, I think council would have conversations about funding those as needed or appropriately, and then the conversation about what it actually is held within CSWB can therefore be refined from there. But again, we're here to take the direction of council, so happy to support either way.
My initial thoughts on this was to pause any further implementation until we actually got a full assessment of CSWB. Since we're kind of backed off speaking to it, does anybody have any other questions? Okay, Councillor Rutherford on committee, okay.
I guess just what would be the harm of, and if it was, what does 13 weeks take us to, Madam Clerk?
13 weeks is November 16th.
Okay, so like, what would change between November 16th and Q1? Like what work would be in that scope that we couldn't get in advance of the budget?
So as noted through some of the conversations today, this is a pretty complicated landscape, and I think we want to make sure that the options that we bring forward to council are thoroughly thought out in terms of how would they be actualized on the other side. Do they make sense, and what does this look like? While 13 weeks brings us to November, here on the administration side, we have a great deal of review timelines, posting timelines, et cetera, that go into that. So to turn around a 13-week report, we're turning that around in the next couple of weeks over here. So I think it seems to me that we probably just need to have some conversations to say, how do we set up as best as possible for the next mandate? And that might require a little bit more than a couple of weeks.
But either way, you know, what we have before us, from what I heard from my colleagues, what we have before us today still doesn't answer a lot of those questions around budget anyway. So the referral motion, like what I kind of got to the point, you know, as we were working through developing this referral motion, is that while this can inform budget, budget doesn't inform this. Is that fair to say, my understanding?
My understanding from the conversation that we have had today is that we have a strategic conversation to have as a city about how we frame community safety alongside the council's priority of safety, community safety and well-being. And there's very likely work that if council wants to focus more, there could still be work that the city continues to do, but is considered outside of perhaps that safety bubble. That's entirely possible. Certainly it would be within council's mandate. If they decided to focus in and stop doing some work, council could also do that. So that's sort of a strategic conversation around how do we frame this, because it informs how we do engagement, governance, a whole bunch of different things on our side. There's a separate question which is certainly interrelated, but I don't think it can't happen until that strategic conversation, which is what is the work that council wants to fund going forward. So there could be arguments made for either one going before the other, but I don't think that they necessarily have to follow in a particular order.
Yeah, and ultimately at the end of the day, we can hold funding in financial strategies or with, what is the term, Councillor Stevenson? In abeyance, right, until this conversation. So we can make decisions with that abeyance. I know you're not financial, so I'm more just talking aloud, I think, in a rhetorical way, unless somebody from financial services is online.
Financial strategies, would you like to advise whether council would have the option of holding some amount of funding in abeyance until a strategic conversation, should they wish to do so through the budget conversations this fall?
Yes, Councillor Rutherford, there's Councillor Rutherford, that would be something that you would be able to do,
Yeah, okay.
be able to motion that, yeah.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thanks. I think just in terms of the timing, I think where I'm most concerned is that 14 million that's currently allocated that I would argue doesn't have a place in the Community Safety Wellbeing Fund in terms of providing strategic focus. So that's the part that I'm struggling with. Like, it seems like that piece is really important going into budget, because I think, again, we've said it a few times, sort of the encampment cleanup, I think that should just be base budget. That's sort of a decision that we need to be making at budget time. So is there opportunity for a portion of this work to come back in terms of, again, some of the reallocation funding recommendations?
So if I may, I think some pieces are coming forward again through some of the conversations happening this fall around municipal funding arrangements, et cetera. I would say that within the strategies, there is funding under any of the strategies that we look at across the 20 provided. There's funding under each of those that come out of CSWB fund and that come out of regular funding. So again, I think we can probably have less of an occupation at this particular point in time in terms of which area that comes out of. And I think council can have a conversation about which work would it like to see the city do, and then we can sort of arrange how we frame that in the back end following that. But I also welcome financial strategies if you'd like to add on.
Yeah, I guess I'm just so again, if I wanted to free up more money within the Community Safety Wellbeing Fund during budget, I think what it seems is like there's like half a dozen individual motions I would need to make to say change the funding source for this to that, right? Like, and it just seems like that will just be our best guess. There wouldn't be any administrative support for that. So I think that's the concern.
We can have conversations with financial strategies in advance on how they can assist with brokering that conversation during budget.
Okay, I think it's more the analysis prior to budget though, in terms of what is baseline services, what's ongoing work. It doesn't seem like we'll have that analysis from administration.
May I just ask, are you, there's, and I think it was referred to before, but there is the opportunity to shift funding. Services that you view as operational, you could shift that funding over, but it reduces your total CSWB funding. But it sounds like you're saying you want to keep the funding levels as is and find other funding for these other items, or not do that work. That still would be a decision.
Correct.
And you want to be able to have the ability to assess that as part of the budget.
Correct. So given that it's one of our 4 priorities, that safety is one of our 4 priorities, I would like to see roughly $20 million worth of investments being made on that priority. And I think Community Safety Wellbeing Fund envelope as it stands now
is an appropriate spot for that, but it's currently mainly used up for things that I would argue are no longer appropriate or relevant for that focus area. So maybe just some further offline conversations in terms of how we work on this in the lead up. I think, yeah, okay. Thank you.
Yeah, Vice Chair, and I think Committee Member Wright has some questions.
I think I'm just going to take the liberty to call a recess for about 5 minutes, and we'll be back. and everything before this has been approved? Is that going to be still proceeding? Like for the postings that are for this?
May I ask which specific posting you're referring to?
I don't have the job numbers or anything, but I understand that there are some postings out there for the CSWB framework.
We have existing positions available within administration, so we'll take that away and as a result of this conversation, see if that still makes sense.
Okay, because I wouldn't, yeah. Okay, and then I think we were going to also look at doing a change on the due date to be determined, subject to some further consultation with our financial services. And so that looks good. Any other questions? Anyone to speak? I'm not going to try that again. Councillor Rutherford to close, please.
Yeah, thank you. I won't be too long, I say, as I probably take all 5 minutes. Just kidding. Again, I just wanted to say thank you for the work and the thought that went into this. I can see a lot of that. I can see a lot of that in the report, in the work to date. I just think that as you've identified in this report, context and things have changed. And I don't know if this is serving us the way we need to. Like I said, for me, my hope is that with this referral that it can come back much more focused. I think we have some really strong pieces that we know are bold and that they create the impact that we want to see, such as the crime prevention, such as youth intervention, right? Like these things we know, we have study, we have data on the impact that they can have on safety specifically. And, you know, I think that when we get more clear on those things, then I would think we'll also have a crisper vision, a crisper theory of change that we can start to share with Edmontonians. Because one thing that really struck me is I'm always aware of who's in the room, but I'm also aware of who's sometimes not in the room. And for all the conversations that I have had in the last 5 years on council about community safety and safety in general, to not have a single speaker on this item also tells me that people don't understand what this report's about, that we need to simplify it, we need to make it easy for Edmontonians to understand how we're addressing safety as a council and as a city, how that our broader investments linked to that, of course, but also just generally like what they can start to replicate and say in public. And you can't do this with what was presented today. So I'm really looking forward to the conversation. I appreciate administration's patience as we went back and forth and got really nerded out on all the complexity that is the social services sphere and ecosystem, if you will. And thank you to my colleagues for allowing me or for considering this referral motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. And so that completes that item. And let's see, we've already dealt with 8.1. There's no private reports. There's no motions pending. I believe Councillor Morgan has a notice of motion or motion without customary notice. Did you want just do two notices? Okay. Go ahead, please, with the first.
All right, the first one would be that administration provide a report outlining monthly transit ridership, fare compliance, and on-time performance data for high-floor LRT service from 2021 to 2025 inclusive, including related performance analysis and data insights. I do have questions about that, if that's, can I ask questions? Oh, okay.
That's just, you just notice, yeah, so,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
And so your next
All
notice?
right, and then the second one is that administration prepare an unfunded capital profile and or service package for a fare gate pilot. Oh, sorry, do I get a date for, oh, I guess I don't do the, never mind, sorry. My apologies. I'm going to start again on the second one, though. That administration prepare an unfunded capital profile and/or service package for a Fairgate pilot project for at least one LRT station for consideration at the 2027-2030 budget deliberations.
Thank you. And you'll be making those motions at City Council, or?
I guess City Council, the next City Council meeting coming up.
Yeah, the next city council
August
meeting is
17th?
next week, August 18th.
August 18th? Okay. Okay, cool.
That's
That can't
looking
be done
forward
at
to
the,
it.
that can't be done at the public hearing, correct? No? Okay, cool. All right, public. Thanks.
Okay. And let's see, next step, we are adjourned. Thank you very much at 4:38. Well done, everyone, especially for first day back.